Okay, so we are ready to go. I just received the check from the boss. Thank you, Pinho. And so again, please find your seat. And I wanted to start the afternoon session with one sentence that everybody knows. We know more about the moon than the ocean. But it's my pleasure to invite you, a legend that will make these senses disappear and will really try to help us and show us a little bit more about the importance of mapping our seafloor. So we go deep with Professor Carey. Professor Carey is a legend from Plymouth University in UK. So I'm really happy to receive you here, and the floor is yours.
Oh, yes. Do I have a clickery thing? I don't think I've ever been called a legend, but that's quite... Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Point that way. Okay. Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to be talking about my favorite subject, which is mapping deep sea biodiversity and mapping particularly the biodiversity of the sea floor. Oh, that's not the right way. That is also not the right way. No? No. They're loading. Hi. It's okay. I can't salsa, unfortunately. I don't know samba. I can't do it. I lack the skill. There we go, I think. Okay. All right, here we go. Yes, so the deep sea. The deep sea is most of the Atlantic. It's most of the world's ocean, and it connects our EEZs, it connects our nations together. And the biodiversity of the deep sea is important, as all our marine biodiversity is important in supporting those ecosystem services on which we as humans rely to persist on this planet. And this is really recognized in the fact that we have very recently signed the BBNJ agreement, the High Seas Treaty, which will give us the tools to help us better manage this huge part of our planet. Understanding the biodiversity of this region, and particularly the Atlantic, is truly an all-Atlantic challenge. No one nation can provide the level of observations that are needed for us to be able to reliably understand and predict what is happening in this region and what may happen under climate change. So, under the auspices of the UN Ocean Decade-endorsed Challenger 150 program, which is focused on mapping deep sea life, the deep sea scientists of the world have been progressively, regionally reviewing what we understand about the deep sea life and critically identifying where the gaps are in our knowledge. In the Atlantic, we have an Arctic working group, we have a North Atlantic working group, and a Central and South Atlantic working group. And each of those have produced published reviews that explain what we do understand, what we're missing, and have looked at what data are available for these regions. But we've also undertaken a global analysis of what we understand about the biodiversity of the seafloor. And if you we've downloaded all of the data that exists in the Ocean Biogeographic Information System. We've separated the benthic from the pelagic, and what you're seeing here is the benthic data. And you can immediately see there is a problem. There are huge gaps in our knowledge. We have no observations from huge parts of the world's oceans, and a lot of our observations are all from the same place. And if you actually break this down by latitude, what you can see is most of the data in our Ocean Biogeographic Information System come from the northern temperate latitudes, and almost all of it comes from the top 100 meters. So it's pretty stark. If you go further and break this down by phyla, or taxonomic group, what you can see is most of the data in the Ocean Biogeographic Information System, for the benthic at least, are fish. Chordates are not the dominant taxa in the deep sea. And this is really a property of the fact that most of this data is coming from national fisheries monitoring programs that are finding their way into this database. So our data, our current knowledge of Atlantic seafloor biodiversity is horribly biased to shallow water, northern temperate latitudes, and fish. And so if we attempt to model with this data, if we attempt to make predictions about where things are and what's going to happen, it's going to be equally biased, and that's not useful. So back in 2024, the Atlantic team in Challenge 150, the Atlantic and Arctic teams got together in Aveiro and to look at what other data existed. Most of us are mappers, and so we know there are lots of visual data available, and that there's a problem with that data because a lot of it is unanalyzed. So we had experts from 13 Atlantic nations come together, bring the metadata from their national repositories, from their own academic exploits, to look at where visual platforms have been deployed in the Atlantic. This is ROVs, AUVs, towed camera systems. And we found there are over 9,000 deployments throughout the Atlantic, which totals around something like 24,000 hours of video footage. Around 50% of this is unanalyzed, we estimate. So that's a huge reserve of biodiversity data just sitting there that we need to access. We also, again, found those clear gaps in coverage. So the South Atlantic, still very little data available. Since that time, then, we have been coordinating efforts together to apply for ship time from philanthropic funders, most notably the Schmidt Ocean Institute. Schmidt, we knew were going to be in the South Atlantic from 2025 to 2028, 2029 now. And so we have collectively coordinated proposals into Schmidt to fill these data gaps. We've also, here are the submissions we've made. The ones in red have been successful. We've already had cruises off of Uruguay and Argentina. We have 2 cruises led by Brazilian scientists this year, and then all the others are proposed, and we are waiting to hear about their success or otherwise. And these are replicated designs. So the same survey techniques, the same design, replicated down the South Atlantic to deliver us a nice balanced data set. That's the dream, but we'll see. And we've also been then co-designing applications for funding to support coordinated efforts to map benthic species and habitats of the Atlantic and Arctic. And I'm really delighted to say that of the funding applications that we have submitted, and there have been many, we have now been successful. And I'm here really today to launch our program, Coral Cartography, which represents 9 of those 12 nations that were present at that meeting. The nations are all shown here in green, along with the actual organizations involved. So there are 13 partners, and our project will run from now, 2026 to 2028, and we will be mapping the distribution of cold water coral species throughout the Atlantic. And we will be doing this from imagery data and then taking those observations and generating models of the distribution of species at very high resolution using the newly acquired multi-beam data that the Seabed 2030 program is pulling together. So this is great. And also the Argo data to help us, we heard about the Argo data earlier, to help us with the physical modeling. And this is funded by a philanthropic organization called It's a G20 Coral Accelerator program. So through that program, we will be developing these maps of cold water coral distribution in the Atlantic. But we also have been successful in another program, Deep Vision, which was largely the North Atlantic partners and the addition of Ireland now, you can see added as well. So we now have 10 partners working on mapping the Atlantic. And that project is really mapping vulnerable marine ecosystems in general, not just corals. And this is very deliberately to support fisheries management in the Atlantic Ocean. You'll notice the North America's missing, but we are actually speaking with NOAA now, and NOAA, I hope, will be joining this effort, bringing in the OKEANOS Explorer data, and that's an awful lot of data to add to this initiative. So in total, we've been able to get $3.5 million to support this effort to map Atlantic seafloor biodiversity. So we're really excited about what our consortium are going to be able to do here. But obviously there are a lot of nations still missing. People who were in the room in 2024, so Canada's missing, Argentina's missing, but also all the other nations who weren't in the room at the time, but we would nevertheless love to join this effort. And so here's where we think AAORIA can help. Our projects, I think, align with the aims of AAORIA, and we really want to contribute to the AAORIA effort. We believe in what AAORIA is trying to do. And I think what's been a struggle, though, is how to fund this work. So we've been successful with philanthropy, but I think we really do need mechanisms by which to fund all Atlantic scale work. And I was really delighted to hear yesterday that those discussions are happening, and I hope that that will make our lives easier in the future. At present, we're relying on applying to our national funders, piecemeal, each of us trying to get the funding to process the data that will come from the cruises that are funded and the ones we hope will be funded. And it's just a lot of effort to try and make that happen, but we will continue to do that. So we're really excited about AAORIA. We'd love to be involved in this initiative and come back and tell you how this mapping is going in the future. And yeah, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much. Wow. I think we're going to have like a contest now. Like we have one possible future Sylvia Earle just right here. But okay, from the deepest ocean for the deepest mine of these ACOPs around here. Wow. Now I want to invite to the floor, please, Florence from IFAMER. And, oh, I was jealous because everybody has a t-shirt, so I brought one for the competition. It's a yellow, but it's just because, woo! I don't know if you guys know that Brazil was running for Oscar. Yeah, so this is to bring luck for everybody. Yes, because I was jealous because I didn't participate. I'm not a cup anymore. Anyways, come please, Florence.
Good afternoon, boa tarde, bonjour à tous. Earlier this week, on Monday and Tuesday, 64 early career ocean professionals from more than 26 nationalities gathered here in Salvador just before the forum. Their mission to tackle some of the most pressing challenges facing our ocean. Over the course of just 24 hours, they took part in a hackathon, an intensive collaborative innovation format where participants design and prototype concrete solutions within a limited time frame. Guided by experienced professionals, they transformed ideas, expertise, and commitment into ambitious and actionable proposals. Today, we celebrate more than results. We recognize a new generation of change makers committed to shaping a sustainable future for our ocean. On behalf of the OKEANO team, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this hackathon pitching session and award ceremony. First of all, I would like to invite Sigi Gruber, who will say a few words just before the pitching session. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. And all this would not have happened without the full support that we had from the high-level board members, chaired this year by Andrea. Then we had the jury members, but we also, many thanks to them to help us choosing the awards. And we had the many sponsors, so a big thanks goes as well to them. But I would also like to thank all the professionals here, the whole OKEANO team, because of the hard work. Otherwise, nothing would have happened. Florence, Lavinia, Gwen, Laura, Emma, and all the ECOPs. And this is also a personal thank you to you, because your energy gave me so much energy back. So thank you so much and good luck.
So are you all ready for an amazing pitching sessions? Please be very focused to choose your favorite pitch, because you will be also part of the jury today. At the very end of the pitching session, a Slido QR code will pop up, so you will have 5 minutes to cast your vote. So we can start with the first pitch. How can indigenous, local and scientific knowledge work together across generations and regions to threaten coastal resilience in the Atlantic? Please welcome on stage Gary Kett, who will speak on behalf of the Coastal Resilience team.
Obrigado. Nada sobre nós sem nós. Nothing about us without us. We all hear this, we all say this all across the Atlantic. But what are we really doing about it? Have you ever been told a story and felt a sadness, knowing that it, or even the language it's spoken in, may one day be lost and forgotten? Ever seen an inspiring example of community cooperation and thought, wow, that can shape coastal policies? Or have you ever had your knowledge rejected from a journal for not being in the right format? We see you. We present a knowledge translation application embedded within the AAORIA Coastal Resilience Hub. It lets communities share their knowledge in the way that they hold it with the users who need it in whatever format they require it. Audio, video, text, voice notes, conversations, stories, AI-powered transcription, translation, and knowledge format conversion translates stories into impact. So lived experience becomes documented evidence. Conversations with elders becomes educational guides for the All-Atlantic Blue Schools Network. A collection of observations can become a scientific article. So what we present, all of this is without affecting the meaning or ownership of the knowledge. Intellectual data is protected. Contributors are recognized through certificates, citations, and affiliation with AAORIA, providing access to networks and opportunities to share and exchange their knowledge and skill sets. So the result, better understanding, better inclusion, better cooperation, and easier uptake of local solutions for and by local communities. We keep hearing that AAORIA's vision and future needs to be bridge building. So this application responds to that call. Because we cannot build resilient coasts or even an Atlantic digital twin without having the voices who live those realities be included in the process. engaged in the system. So, nothing about us without us? Okay, we hear you. AAORIA, this is for you, this is about you, and it's with you, and it needs your support. Obrigado.
Thank you, Gary. Now, challenge 2. How can low-cost ocean sensors be effectively used and documented for reliable coastal ocean observation by non-expert users? Please give a warm welcome to Dorcas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dorcas Esel, and I'm representing Team Dende. Like the spice here in Salvador, Bahia, representing flavor and energy. That is exactly what we wanted to bring into our project. Our main focus was on low-cost sensors. At first, it looked simple, right? Get some sensors, deploy them, test them, but we realized that that wasn't the problem. Technology is not a problem. Data is not a problem. The main problem is that we do not share enough. Data sitting down doesn't do anything. Technology standing down doesn't do anything. It's important that we connect people through this data that we collect. And so in the next 24 hours, we completely changed our approach. First, we co-designed with local communities. We went to the ocean to test these sensors ourselves. We spoke with fishermen. We even called a manufacturer, because real solutions are born when real needs are met. And second, we made data usable. We created simple guidelines, made a simple visualization tool, because if you can't see the data, then you can't use the data. And third, we shared. Not on policy briefs, not in PDFs, on Instagram. And you know what? Over 1,000 views already. That should tell you something, because you have to take the science to where the people are. And it should also tell you something, that we didn't just build a tool. We didn't just build a prototype. We made something to connect communities. I'm talking about fishers, divers, ocean lovers, into something much bigger, the All Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance. And we are not stopping here. We are taking this to Coast Predict next week in Mexico, and hopefully we'll be in deployment to take it next year to the next Ocean Decade Conference. And you know what? You are all invited, because when next you see us, you remember the spice that brought all of this together. And we would really appreciate, on behalf of my team, that the AAORIA will come on board with this project. Thank you very much.
Our favorite noisy team. Thank you so much, Dorcas. How can we create a clear, practical map of the Atlantic digital ocean data landscape that reveals gaps, highlights opportunities, and help rally to the Atlantic community to interoperate through ODIS? This question will be answered by the representative of the Atlantic Digital Mapping Team, Emer Shoblin.
We are flying blind in our fight against climate change. We know that the AMOC is weakening, that sea levels are rising, and we've all experienced unprecedented weather events in every one of our countries. Floods, droughts, hurricanes, heat waves. But our models are only as good as the data that we feed them. Right now, ocean data is scattered, hidden, and locked away. And searching for this critical data is like searching for treasure without a map. So we built this map. Our team has built an easy-to-use digital mapping system based on Otis, mapping exactly where the knowledge gaps are in the Atlantic to support policymakers, governments, and scientists. Using Brazil as our pilot, we identified real-time buoy data that was completely absent from Otis, and we even identified a potential 30,000 private sector data sets, showing just how much information is out there, but totally underutilized. The gaps are real, but we have the solution. So today, we would like to ask for additional support, like from Jessica from Atlantos, and to help us build on this prototype. And finally, we would like to meet before AAORIA 2027 so that we can align our standards and finally bring this hidden data to light. Thank you.
Impressive, isn't it? The next team focused on how we can help fishers, aquaculture operators, managers to convert diverse ocean and climate data into clear choices about gear, seasons, fishing areas, and aquaculture siting. For this, please welcome Gianluca Ristori Ramos.
Hello, everyone. Please imagine that it's 4 a.m. The sky is still dark, and you are Bruno, a small-scale fisher from Salvador de Bahia. Fishing isn't just your job, it's your life. Your father fished before you, and now you're doing it. But lately, it feels different. Every morning, you wake up asking yourself the same questions. Where should I go fishing? Is it safe to go there? Is it going to be worth the trip to go there? So you take your phone, you check a weather app, the tides app, maybe messages from other fishers, and it's a lot of information, but it's not a clear answer. So it's overwhelming, frustrating, and every wrong decision you will make is going to cost you fuel, time, and it's going to put your safety at risk. So now imagine something else. Imagine opening one app, simple, clear, and built for you and with you. That is Hook, or Helping Out Ocean Community. Hook presents you a map with clear options instead of confusion. So, for example, you can find an area where you have a high chance of catching fish, or it can warn you about an area with high vessel traffic. And in the same screen, you can also check, for example, the carbon impact of your trip to make sure that you just not fish today, but also in the future. Hook takes complex ocean data obtained from science, partners, and mainly from fishers like you to offer a clear and easy-to-read solution. Because Hook learns from you, every team you're going to make and every decision you're going to take is going to feed into the system and improve the predictive models through machine learning. So the app becomes more personalized, more accurate, and more yours. Thanks to this app, you're going to be able to choose a better fishing area, a safer fishing area, and a more efficient fishing area. As AAORIA priorities state, you have to share knowledge, and that's where Hook steps up. So my question is, are you hooked?
Thank you, Gianluca. Now, how can region-specific sargassum bloom data be showcased to directly support policy and decision-making in ocean and coastal management? Please welcome on stage Christopher Enriquez Urban.
Maybe? Hello, hello? Hello, 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 hello? Hello, hello? So, what would you do with $120 million?
That is what Mexico spends every year on sargassum cleanup. We're talking about the largest algae bloom spreading from West Africa till Mexico. But the problem is not the sargassum. The problem is the volume of inundation. This generates toxic gases that can lead to major health issues. We have a lack of management, care, responsibility, and resources that prevent policymakers to take actions. But we have the information. We have ocean data, but it's too scattered or too technical. So we, the SargaGo team, created SARCOM. Why? Because we want to bring the right information to the right people. SARCOM stands for Sargassum Communication and Community. It's a digital platform embedded in the Sargassum Information Hub that centralizes information and data on past monitoring and local forecast. It is customized to your local language, user-friendly, it's tailored to your profile, and you can ask about data to Sargi, our AI agent. This answers the need of real-world users that we gather through a survey. So we ask the right questions to the right people. SARCOMs facilitate accessibility of existing data so that we can turn it into action. So the fisherman knows where to fish, the tourist knows where to swim, coastal managers knows where to clean, and policymakers knows or create laws and policies. So better communication creates also a better engagement and cooperation. SARCOM brings not only information together, but also Atlantic communities. So let's continue doing this with AAORIA. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, ocean literacy. The next team has been working on how could blue schools across the Atlantic transform real-world barriers into opportunities that empower students and communities to understand, value, and actively safeguard the ocean. Please give a warm welcome to Maria Galveia.
Hello everyone, boa tarde. My name is Maria Galveia and I'm here representing my group for Ocean Literacy. And I'm presenting my project, the Blue School Hub. So of course, the Blue School Network is already doing amazing work. However, our teachers are facing major challenges, mainly due to resource fragmentation, lack of capacity, and lack of time. To tackle this challenge, our team developed a prototype of a centralized all-Atlantic Blue School platform that not only connects our teachers to high-quality ocean resources, but also directly connects them to ocean professionals, building on a Blue Intergenerational program. This intergenerational exchange between ECOPs, LCOPs, teachers, and eventually students will empower teachers' capacity and increase ocean literacy across the Atlantic. Our project is divided in 3 phases. So first, we will start with our key capabilities of AI membership directive and the living resource hub that would be available of all languages across the Atlantic. Secondly, we would increase our tools for program optimization and give free access to all schools. And thirdly, we really want to scale up our project with the AI matching tool that directly connects teachers with ocean professionals, funding opportunities, and a safe place for teachers to share their current developments. This will save teachers time and give our students a better ocean education. To make this vision and turn it into a reality, we seek AAORIA's support to build on the existing Blue School Network and Blue Intergenerational Program to make our teachers' job easier and to empower the next generation of ocean citizens. We would love to continue to work on this with our team and our coaches and turn this into a reality. Thank you. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you to all the brilliant speakers for succeeding in this last pitching challenge. You were absolutely amazing. And now let's start voting for the All Atlantic Forum Awards. Please connect via this QR code. You have a few seconds, few minutes to vote for your favorite pitch. Okay, I don't see no more thumbs up. So in the meantime, it's a pleasure for me to welcome on stage Nye McDonough, coordinator of the OKEANO project for launching the Hackathon Awards ceremony.
Thank you, everyone. It's amazing how the energy goes through the roof when we have the ECOP session, and it's just such a pleasure to be in the room, to hear the outstanding pitches we've just heard. There is nothing easy about condensing that amount of work into 2 minutes. This communication skills that have been on display from all our speakers have been second to none, absolutely phenomenal. It's just a pleasure to hear all of your pitches and representing your teams and the work you've done over the course of the hackathon. It's my great pleasure to, on behalf of the OKEANO project, to have the opportunity to present the prizes for the ECOP Awards. And before I do, and I make no apology for perhaps repeating some of the thank yous that Siggy already mentioned, because I think it's really important to acknowledge the huge amount of work and effort that goes into making the ECOPs component of the Atlantic Forum, the All Atlantic Forum, possible. And bear in mind, we have more than 60 ECOPs this year from 26 different countries. It's a huge effort. So first of all, you saw the slide earlier. It's not going to go back up, but there's a huge number of sponsors, organizations that provide the funding for those ECOPs, for all of you ECOPs to travel here. And it's such an important mechanism to enable that to happen. It just wouldn't be possible without that funding. So we thank all of the sponsoring organizations for providing that funding for travel. Again, to thank the coaches and the mentors whose work is so important in guiding and working collaboratively with the teams over the course of the hackathon. Their job is extremely valuable. They commit their time very, very generously, and we really thank you for your work. Indeed. Unfortunately, too many names to mention, but the teams know who they are. The jury, again, the slide was there earlier. Your decisions must have been very, very difficult. The quality has been so good. Thank you to all of the jury for your work in adjudicating. I want to just thank the ECOPs, all of you, directly, because again, you just bring such an additional element to the All Atlantic Forum and to the AAORIA in general. It's just been a change in dynamics since over the course of the last eight years or so, the ECOP program grew and became a central component of these forums. Thank you for your energy, for your efforts, for your work, for your enthusiasm and your dedication. It just makes this whole event so special, and we really appreciate having you here. Quick thank to the local partners, SENAI CIMATEC, of course, this wonderful venue. It's just so perfect for this kind of event, and the local partners, IMPO and CMPQ as well here in Brazil, who've just made all of this possible. Finally, just a few specific names that I do wish to call out, who've done so much work, from the OKEANO team, to so much work to make this possible, to make this the hackathon possible, because a huge amount of preparation goes into this. It is not straightforward. So first of all, I'm just going to list them from the OKEANO group. Lavinia and Lisa from JPI Oceans. Thank you, guys. Florence and Gwen from Ifremer. My own Marine Institute colleagues, Laura and Emma. So they've been the team from OKEANO have done so much. But last but not least, of course, I have to pay tribute to Siggy, who is the heart and soul of this and the founding mother of this process. Thank you, Siggy, for all your work. So the time has come to present the awards. And as I say, it's my great privilege to do so. The way we will work this is I have the 6 awards to announce. Each of them has a different intention, a different kind of, is a different award, which I'll describe each time. When I announce the winner of each award, I will ask the whole team to come up on stage. So not just the speaker, all of you please come up on stage. We will end up with everyone on stage at the end of this, because we do want to have a photo, of course, of the whole group. So as I announce the award, please, the whole team come up. One of you then collects the prize, which Gwen will have. And then take your place in order, maybe starting off the far side of the stage, and we'll build the teams across the stage as you come up, and then we should end up with everyone here. So, without further ado, let me announce the winners of these awards. So there's the 6 awards, and then we have the public award, which is the Slido one that you're able to vote for. So firstly, the first 6 awards. The first of these is the Moonshot Award. The Moonshot Award recognizes the project with the most ambitious and forward-thinking vision. And the winner of the Moonshot Award is the Coastal Resilience Team. Please come to the stage. So which one of you will collect this award? Please, we need maybe the speaker. Yeah? Okay. The next award we will announce is the Citizen Award. So the Citizen Award is awarded to the most innovative project with strong value for society and for citizens. The winner of the Citizen Award is the Blue Schools team. Please come to the stage. This will be very interesting. Half the stage is already full. Okay, let's keep going. Next award is the Team Spirit Award. This award celebrates the team that has demonstrated the best cooperation, collaboration, and teamwork. Of course, that's such an intrinsic part of the success of this kind of activity. So the Team Spirit Award goes to the Low Cost Sensors team. Okay. Okay, this is going to be hard to beat now. The next award is the Pole to Pole Award. And this one honors the project that best illustrates transatlantic cooperation and collaboration. And the winner of the Pole to Pole Award is the Digital Mapping Team. Okay. Interesting. We might need to fill some chairs, yeah? Next group. Okay. Yeah, I think there's room to squeeze along there, so please keep moving. Okay, we'll keep going. Next award is the Communication and Storytelling Award. This award is awarded for the best overall communication of the project, including the presentation, visuals, charts, and pitch. And the winner of the Communication and Storytelling Award is the Sargassum team.
Yeah, it's a little bit full.
Keep squashing along, guys.
So guys, come.
Okay. So that leaves the Hackathon Champion Award. And that's probably not a lot of guessing to do. The Hackathon Champion Award is awarded to the team achieving the highest overall score by the jury across all of the evaluation criteria. So, as you can guess, the winning team is the Fisheries team. Well done, guys. Maybe sit down in the seats.
Yeah.
Squeeze in somewhere. We're nearly there. We might need some, people to kind of crouch down a little bit. That's great. Thanks, guys. I think that's pretty much everyone on stage now. So that is all of the 6 awards completed. Great. So there is a final award, as you know. It's blocked on the screen, but it is the All-Atlantic Forum Award. And this is the award. God, there's nobody left in the audience. Everyone's up here on stage. This is the award that you, the forum participants, have chosen. Having heard the pitches, having met with the ECOPs, you've made a decision through your voting on Slido on who is going to receive the All-Atlantic Forum Award. And this is the public prize awarded by you, the audience. And the winner is, I'm going to do a dramatic silence. The low-cost sensor team. Well done, guys. That is amazing. Okay, that's just fantastic. We're just about concluding the session, not quite done yet. Everyone, please stay on stage. There will be a photo taken very shortly, but I have one more task to do, which is our final announcement, really. You will have heard over yesterday that we are planning to hold what we call an Atlantic Summit in Galway in October this year. It'll be on the 8th and 9th of October in the University of Galway. It's an Irish EU presidency related event, and it will be picking up on a lot of the discussion issues and discussion points, and actually the great work that you've done as well in looking ahead to all of these Atlantic challenges we're discussing here in Salvador. So what we've done with funding from the OKEANO project, we will be inviting one member of each team with funding to travel to Galway to present your solutions in that conference. So we will be the beneficiary because you'll be bringing that energy and those great solutions and those great pitches to Galway. There will be a dedicated session in the program. You'll get to present to the audience there. We'll figure out how the selections are made. That's for another day. But one of you from each team will be funded to go there. And we really look forward to having you in Galway in October. So that concludes the session. I think all that's left to do is have the photograph taken. So I'd like everyone to come up. Siggy, please. Laura, Emma on stage as well. Everyone who was involved, please do. We'll squeeze in. Thanks everyone for your attention.
Thank you, Niall. Actually, we also have additional persons to come on stage. I think it will work out. Jury members, those who are still present today, and OKEANO team members. Please join us for the photo.
She doesn't make it. You were so good. Thank you. Wow. The girl was amazing. Wow. Wow. Everybody was so good. I love the way you were like holding the stage.
You stay here.
Should we move this? Yeah. Okay.
One, two, three, hackathon!
1, 2, 3, hackathon!
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Third week of May, so next month.
I expected the public prize.
Oh, of course.
But he was really powerful.
No matter what she was
No. It's very technical, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, the most engaging presentation.
But it's so difficult. Because we think too many.
So many people not native English speakers, so that on top of that.
That way. Hello, hello, please. Congratulations to everybody. Please go back to your seats because we do have another incredible session. Please, winners, everybody, find your seats. Hello. Okay, everybody here? There's a music from Rio de Janeiro, so you can get in on. Hello, congratulations to all the winners, because I love these prizes that everybody wants. So, to continue with our second day of this incredible AAORIA Forum, I'm really pleased to invite here to stage Leandro Pedron from MCTI. Leandro, querido, come here. Boa tarde, Leandro, please join us. Let's talk about more Rio de Janeiro.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I have a big challenge: how to keep the momentum after this wonderful. Let's see. Well, the idea here is to make the connection between the area and the UN Decade Ocean Science and connect to the next conference in Rio. And I want to invite these three amazing people that are working for the conference, for the decade, and also for the area. So I want to invite Ronaldo Cristofoletti, please come here, and Marinês Scherer, please, and Marco. Where are you, Marco? Oh, here. Please be welcome. You already know most of them, I believe. Ronaldo is not always two experts, and Marco from the IOC. Well, choose your seats. Well, I think that's the UN Decade for Ocean Science and the AAORIA connects to have the same objective from different perspectives and different pathways. So, but always connected to the ocean science. And when we were talking here during these days, there's a lot of activities going on, a lot of efforts for the same way. So the idea here is to talk as the several levels of governance when we talk about the UN Ocean Decade and also to the AAORIA. So by the end of the session, I think that's the main objective, will to understand how Brazil, as their chair membership of the AAORIA this year, but also as host country to the next conference for the Ocean Decade, we could work together to make the synergies, to understand the same results, to use and to upgrade the activities for that. So when we'll talk about the UN Ocean Decade, I think that most of you already know, but we have an advisory board that's, I could say, the high-level board, as the AAORIA is the high-level board for the UN Ocean Decade. And we have a decade coordination unit in the IOC UNESCO that's coordinating. And also we have a decade program committee that's specifically working for the conference 2027. And we have, as the host country, a person dedicated to coordinate all of the agenda for the conference. So we have Ronaldo that's on the advisory board. I have Marinês Scherer on the decade program committee, and Marco as working on the same structure of the decade coordination unit, but from the perspective of Caribbean region. So here I want to ask Ronaldo first for you. As we have been talking, you have a lot of experience working since the beginning of the Ocean Decade, and now in the advisory board. What do you think that we could make the connections between the AAORIA and the objectives from the decade? But also, when you talk about ocean literacy, that you are, I can say, one of the biggest experts, if not the biggest one on that, how we could take this opportunity, as I mentioned, with Brazil as coordinating the both areas, to improve that and to work to do the next step, or what we could even do different to have different results and better results.
Okay, thanks, Leandro. I've taken that in two parts. I think first thinking about AAORIA and the decade and what you mean the conference next year. I guess the similarity between AAORIA, the decade, is that we are talking about science policy, we are talking about integrated societies and look ocean as our main driver. Of course, at different scales, Atlantic or global, but both has this history, and I was telling to Sig yesterday that for me, that's participating, attending these forums since 2020, how nice is to see how AAORIA is developing and getting strong and seeing the steps. So there is a time that is needed for those movements, intergovernmental, high-level panels to really develop and going ahead. And the decade is trying to do that in a larger scale. So I think that both have things to share and to learn each other. And of course, for us in the Atlantic, we are the same ones working in AAORIA, working to the decade. And so I think that what at least we have been trying to do in Brazil is that is not about only what is national priority or AAORIA or decade, is how we really align our actions that match all the treaties and intergovernmental actions we have. And I think next year, the decade will bring you one important point, because it's past the middle. We are looking ahead the final 4 years. That does not mean that you end the decade, you end the role of the UN system pushing it, but it's expected that nations and institutions, and networks, you feel stronger enough to make that happen. And in AAORIA, we will continue. So how we align that? I think that for the conference, it will be a moment to really look what we have been building these first 6 years. How did we grow? I think everyone that was in Barcelona left a little bit surprised already. The main view was, oh, you're more ahead than we thought at the beginning. Now in Rio, we'll have this second opportunity to look and consider the important value no one behind. We also need to understand that some countries, some regions are more advanced. And for example, AAORIA helps that the Atlantic countries could be more advanced in what they're doing. Other regions, other countries are starting now and welcome. So how we don't make that a competition, but we exchange knowledge, exchange challenges, exchange learns, and make it happen. So I think it will be a big opportunity for us to connect AAORIA actions with decade, looking ahead, and then I come with the ocean literacy as well. I think that, and of course, there is a important value in this. That will be the first conference in the Global South. We need to highlight it. So I think that learning that are different cultures, are different ways. We can like things more, things less, but this is diversity. When we think about the ocean literacy, it's since the beginning of the decade, and it was the same for me here in AAORIA, in every single panel, and it happens in this forum, that is discussing sensor or blue economy or wherever we go, comes that, oh, but we need the society understanding what we are doing and connecting to that and changing their behavior. It's always coming. But if you look at the history of the ocean science development, the human dimension was the last one to come. We start with the environment, the biological, physical, chemical, geological, and much more recent in history, the human dimension came. And that is how ocean literacy evolved. Thinking about the conference next year, I will say what, as member of the advisory board, I will try to contribute. And I think this forum has given the example from what I consider. For the decade, you know, there are 7 outcomes expected, 10 challenges. The human dimension comes to the challenge, to outcome 7, to the challenges 9 and 10. Because that is how the evolution of our ocean science is. We start to think about pollution, biodiversity, climate, fisheries, and then we remember the human dimension of the process. But human has caused the problems, so only humans can solve the problems if they change their behavior. And we want society changing their behavior. But how we want to do that? As scientists, doing the things at the same way every time. So there is a small change we can make on this. I proposed that in Barcelona because I was in the panel for ocean literacy. That my suggestion would be that the conference next year is started by the challenge 10 and not the last one. That in the narrative of the conference, we start by looking by the human dimension, by the human behavior, and then we go understanding the biodiversity and climate and fisheries. This is a small change in the narrative, but that can make a big difference in our understanding in how we can place human dimension as the central point, because it will be the change of behavior that will solve all the problems that are being raising the challenge. And like we have started done here, the first panel was ocean literacy. So I think in that way, again, it's not a competition about the topics. It's only that if everyone is pointing humans as the central axis to solve their problems, we need to talk more about human behavior and the challenges for changing human behavior. And if we get it, we can easily connect with the technical knowledge in the other challenges and make it happen.
Thank you, Ronaldo. I think that's one big challenge. When you talk about people, we have a lot of efforts to do, but also good accomplishments from that. So let's take the opportunity to integrate more. We talk about people in every action. And also when I talk about people, Marinês had a great job to gathering all of the people together, work as special envoy for Ocean for the COP30. This is the first time that it happens. So it was a big opportunity also to learn, but to take the first steps to connect everyone for the same objectives, and specifically when we were talking about COP30. And now you're working also as the Decade Program Committee. So from your perspective, from your experience, what do you think, for the same questions as I made to Ronaldo, what do you think that AAORIA and the UN Ocean Decade Conference next year could start working together from that perspective?
Just to illustrate. It's working. I'm not seeing. Okay, now it's working. Okay, thank you, Leandro. First of all, thank you for inviting me to be here with my colleagues in that panel and with you. It's a great pleasure. I will answer your question showing 2 slides, I promise, just 2. Here is the proposals for the Ocean Decade Conference. Talk about the challenges, of course, but talk about solutions. And bring solutions to the table, bring solutions to discuss with everybody in the conference. And the solutions goes from conservation of coastal and marine ecosystems to coastal resilience and communities, to sustainable ocean blue economy, to sustainable ocean-based foods, and to all the tools and strategies to manage our ocean and, as Ronaldo said, to manage human beings. And all that with a lot of data and financing and capacity building and ocean literacy for all. And then when we saw that, this idea of giving the solutions and being part of COP30 and thinking of aligning things, and of course, all of that, we do need science to be able to bring this solution to humanity. I thought, oh, that's perfect. It's perfect, aligned what we were discussing in COP30. And also, I would like to say that Brazil is, we are like hosting AAORIA this now here. We are hosting the Ocean Decade, but we were and we are the president of COP30 as well. So if you could put just is in here.
And then I want to, that's why I thought, oh, we are aligned, because this is the blue package or the plan to accelerate solutions, climate, ocean-based solutions for climate crisis. And it is structured in 5 pillars: ocean renewable energy, shipping, aquatic food, conservation, and coastal tourism and resilient communities. And we frame it in sustainable ocean planning and management, entrepreneurship and innovation, and peoples of the ocean. And if you grab the solutions that were presented as a proposal for the Ocean Decade conference program, you can see that one is conservation, that fits in the pillar of conservation. One is for coastal communities. Another one is for aquatic food, and the other one is blue economy. And all of that talk about managing in a sustainable way our coast and ocean. So it's completely aligned. And again, we do need a lot of science to be able to deliver the solutions. In our blue package, COP30, we have more than 103 solutions that are there, but all of them, we need good science and good, not just science, Western science, but good knowledge to be able to deliver that. And talk about knowledge, I just want to highlight something that caught my attention, watching all these beautiful pictures that are in the entrance hall as well. I don't know if you noticed, but they are, the pictures of human activities are 3 times more than biodiversity. So when we are talking about ocean, we are talking about people. When we are talking about science and managing and planning, coastal and aquatic food, and whatever we are seeing here, we are talking about people. And then probably this competition, I don't know how you call that, but probably like send a picture about the ocean. And we have 3 times more people about people and ocean activities. So that's, I fully agree with you, Ronaldo, we should start with people, talk about people in the Ocean Decade Conference that leads all to the rest of the topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Marinês. And when I saw your slide, when we trust science, we can see that the both agenda collide somehow, because when we talk about the priorities that science says, when we talk about UN Ocean Decade, it's the same. When we talk about the AAORIA, that is a science-driven forum as well. So keep continuing doing that. But also when you talk about people, we need to talk also regarding the perspective of small regions, of diversity, or how to guarantee the inclusiveness of everyone that's connected to the agenda. So Marco, from your experience from the Caribbean region, and I think we were talking yesterday, and I talked to the high-level representative from the UK today, how to bring the Caribbean countries to the AAORIA as well. So I know that I'm going too far, but how could you understand the solutions or a possibility to integrate from a regional perspective level these both agendas?
Great, thanks very much. As Ronaldo said, we're now past the halfway point of the Ocean Decade, and so we're now moving from focusing on challenges to focusing on solutions. And so right now, there's work going on over the next year to develop what are called solution blueprints. And so you can see here on the screen these 8 different themes: biodiversity, coastal resilience, sustainable ocean economies, ocean-based food systems, ocean stressors, and then 3 which are termed core enablers: data and services, investment and finance, and ocean literacy. So to get to these solutions, which the hope is to have these as a central discussion at Rio 2027, there'll be a series of workshops and regional dialogues held over the rest of this year. And so, to your question about the importance of getting regional context and diversity, this is where the regional dialogues come in, and where members of AAORIA could participate in these regional dialogues to discuss these different themes, these different solutions, and ensure that the regional contexts and priorities are well represented in these solutions, and also to ensure that these solutions represent the diversity of each region. And so in the Caribbean region, where I'm working, there's a number of challenges to ensure that diversity. And so one, I think we can actually see here at this conference, I think it's fantastic that we have so many ECOPs, and so that's great to show the diversity and the demographics. But one thing that is challenging is I've only met one person here from a small island developing state. And the small island developing states in the Caribbean region are faced with real challenges in terms of limited financial resources. They're also some of the most impacted by coastal impacts, as large parts of their population are based around the coast. They're very dependent on their blue economy. And so they're the most vulnerable, but they're also the most limited by resources, not only the available resources, but the costs in order for them to do ocean science and to participate in meetings such as this. The cost, I think, for someone from a small island developing state to come to a meeting like this is probably double someone coming from Europe. And so that is a real challenge, and that's somewhere I think that we can really help for Rio 2027 because the UN Ocean Decade just published a call this week for contributions to support members from small island developing states, least developed countries, and ECOPs to participate in Rio 2027. And so I hope that the members of AAORIA could distribute that call and support it to ensure the highest diversity both at Rio 2027 and the discussions about regional dialogues on these solutions that will be occurring from now until then.
Thank you, Marco. A lot of work that have been done. I saw yesterday the launch of the call. So I don't know if all of the ECOPs already have been seeing that, but distribute and send the word because we are keeping on that. We have, I think that we started like a few minutes late. I will open some questions to the audience, one or two if you have, or if not, I'll have some, but I'll have let the opportunities to the audience if you have any questions.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Craig McLean, and I'm a veteran of AAORIA. I'm a veteran of the IOC. And if I look at the multiple places in which very similar challenges are arising, back to, I think, our first speaker who offered these comments, there's only so much money around to handle these problems. And I would like to hear from the panel as to a simple answer. AAORIA members are also members of the IOC. Is there a logic to nest AAORIA's activities and objectives underneath the IOC and the UN Decade and just have one size fitting all that serially descends to a greater level of specificity as we get deeper into the execution and not have to worry about duplicatively spending funds to take up the same subject in multiple fora? Thank you.
He asked for a simple answer, but I don't think that's possible, but it's up to you.
It will be possible if you make it possible, and I do agree. I think we are the same. So I think that we do need to align. It's not who start first, who has more. It's like we try to connect our countries. We need to align our agendas, and I think that's what can make it easier for who's there in the field making it happen.
I would agree, really. The important thing is alignment between agendas and priorities. And I think, always important to tailor those agendas to the regional realities. And in the case of AAORIA, it may have differing priorities from other regions. But at the end of the day, the important thing is that all the efforts are aligned.
Yeah, my only observation that, first of all, thank you for your question. That's exactly why I brought these two slides, just to show that are completely aligned and that we have to work together. So yeah, we have to make it happen.
I'll go with my panelists as well. I think, well, if I may just bring some comments, because we have been talking to you, but we have this amazing panel about the hackathon. And one thing that I've been thinking about is that for over the years that we've been, specifically in the AAORIA Forum, but also in the UN Ocean Decade, it's open space for the COPs. But what I have always been listening is, we always ask for the COPs, we have the answer, but somehow we don't give enough space for them. So to be on the stage and say the difference. And when Ronaldo was talking about people, when Marinês was here talking about the same priorities, when Marco was talking about how we need these blueprints, and I looked to the panel before this one, we opened the opportunity for the COPs, we tell them some challenges to do, we have the answers, and also we opened this morning a specific space for the COPs to lead the sessions. So for me, at least, I was right on their corner, seeing was quite amazing to see how, even that we are working the same agenda, I don't have that perspective. I cannot see from that side. So going further than just ask is to open the space. Because we are talking about people, because we are talking about people that know science, and we talk about diversity, that's one big agenda. So if I, in my spot here, and talk about the Ocean Decade Conference next year with the Brazilian host and the Ministry of Science and Technology doing the work to receive that, I think that we need to keep this space open and not only ask, but say, this is spaces for the COPs, you know how to do, let's do it together. At least if I could end up the session was like that, because it touched my heart to see the young people connected and not, it's bringing solutions, because we already have some problems enough, so let's think about solutions together. And I would ask for you final comments on that, and we will end the session.
Well, Andrew, I fully agree with you. We have to open and keep it open for the ECOPs and to give a chance and to bring and to help them to be there. And my comment is, if I can, just a short story, very short. I had the opportunity to be the MSP coordinator of Brazil for 2 years. And as you imagine, I was in a lot of forums, debates, events, a lot of questions, and I had to answer all that. There was one question that I couldn't answer, and it was from a young person asking me, she was like in a forum like this, and she asked me, what were you doing to guarantee that the youth, the young people will be heard and will be part of the MSP process in Brazil? And I didn't have an answer. So since then, I really, and I was telling this story another day in another forum, and the lady that, the young person, the lady that answered that, she was there, and she said that it was me. And so since then, I really always think that, and we have to make an effort and to bring them, because they will be leading and doing, and just for what we saw here, amazing ideas, amazing projects. So they will be doing that in the next year. So it's more than fair they have to be part of the process.
Yes, I would agree with everything you just said, Marinês. I think it's obviously very important to have a diverse group of perspectives for any sort of dialogue. On the one hand, we have new, fresh ideas that often can only come from someone who hasn't been involved in a dialogue for many years. They have new ideas. On the other hand, it's very important, I think, for early career professionals to be involved in the high-level dialogues that are occurring, because these have been developed over decades. And so it's important for them to have the opportunity to hear what is being discussed and how that's been developed over decades. And I would just end to say that I was very impressed with all of these ECOP presentations just now. I didn't know how we're going to follow this up, really. I think the only way would be if Ronaldo was to sing for us.
I would say that we are really facing a changing world, and the impacts are out there every single day. We have no time more to keep owning the discussions. Discussions are important, of course, but it's past the time for strong actions for all generations. Listen to the COPs being implemented by who has the pen and pencil in the hands now. And that is, we always say about what has to be done, the actions. I go back for my first answers. It is about people. It's about persons. It's about us. So we have the opportunity now to sail from Salvador, passing Ireland next semester, coming back to Rio, and going back, I don't know where is the next AAORIA Forum, but I mean, we need to align this narrative. Doesn't matter if it's national, AAORIA, or decade. The problem is the same. The persons that are suffering the impacts are the same. And we need to use the time, power, knowledge that we have to align all those topics, agendas, and act fast. Because we are seeing year after year how it gets stronger, the impacts.
Marinês, Marco, Ronaldo, muito obrigado. Thank you so much. I think when you talk about people, I expect to see everyone that is here in Rio 2027. You'll be most welcome to receive you all. And if you see me there, please count on me to ask, is anything different? What did you do? It's our job to make the difference. So thank you so much.
Let's go back to the future. We'll still keep it on 2027. And now we have like a small session about our future in AAORIA Forum. So I would like to invite to the floor Professor Anjali Goswami.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I think Ronaldo asked the question, where is the next AAORIA Forum? And the answer will be in the UK. So I'd like to first start by just saying what a huge privilege it has been to be here with all of you for these last few days. This research community of the Atlantic Ocean research is really an incredible testament to the value of ocean science and innovation, but also how much more we can achieve when we work together. And so it's really exciting to see that between this forum and the next forum, we will hopefully see many of you in Galway for the Atlantic Summit, and then again in Rio in a year's time from now for the Ocean Decade Conference. And that is, of course, really exciting because I like to think of those as pre-parties, really, for the main event that I'm sure you are all excited for, which is, of course, the next AAORIA Forum. Now, and for that reason, it is my great pleasure to announce that the UK will host the next forum, and we look forward to seeing all of you there sometime in the second half of 2027, which should be a very nice time of year to visit the UK. Now, as an island nation, the UK is very alive to the importance of ocean research, and as such, we are really fully committed to the aims of this alliance and the ambitions that we have as a group together. The Atlantic has, of course, shaped the heritage, the identity, the weather, good and bad, and of course, our scientific contributions, and it continues to do so. Now, as many of you will realize, 2027 will be the 5-year anniversary of the coming together of this All-Atlantic Alliance, and so it's a real opportunity to celebrate our achievements and to look to the future and to really take stock of what we have accomplished thus far and where we want to go in the future with the strength of this partnership. Now, over this next kind of 18 months, where again, hopefully we will meet multiple times in that period, we'll be talking with many of you, and I've spoken with many of you over these last few days to really understand your different perspectives and the priorities for that forum. And I just wanted to share some of the reflections of those conversations and some of our own thoughts about what we would like to do during that forum in 2027. Now, and these are themes that have come up multiple times in the presentations over the last few days. So of course, this meeting is very much about partnership and about alliances. And one of the really key themes that's emerged, of course, is that we want to continue to grow. This last 5 years has given us a really strong foundation, really close relationships across the nations represented here and even those that weren't able to attend but are part of the alliance. But of course, we still represent a minority of the nations that surround the Atlantic. And I would personally like to really see this alliance continue to grow and to bring in more partners so we can really represent the full Atlantic system. And so that will be one discussion that I know many of us are eager to have. Of course, partners are beyond just countries, it's also different sectors. And so we've also been talking about the need for research. We've seen a lot of discussion over the different knowledge gaps, the different work that we want to do, but of course that work requires funding. And so we also want to talk more about how we can bring in different sources to really support the important work that this alliance is doing. And then of course, we also want to focus on what that actual work should be. Now, we saw some really great examples over these past few days of some of the amazing innovation, amazing knowledge transfer, and amazing research that has been supported and expanded because of the alliance here today. But there's much more that we need to do. So I think like many of the countries here, the UK has a really long tradition of ocean science. From the early Antarctic voyages of exploration with our first Royal Research ship, the Discovery, to the cutting-edge technology and oceanography taking place on the current Discovery, the most recent version of this. And that really shows the UK's pole-to-pole capabilities and deep and enduring commitment to purpose-driven ocean observation. And of course, we had a really excellent session about that today and also yesterday. And also about thinking about the Atlantic, also in reference to the polar oceans. And so that's an area where we absolutely would like to continue to see focus over this next year and a half and into the next forum. Of course, as an island nation, the UK has a lot of coastline, not as much as Brazil, but certainly quite a lot. And of course, we have talked a lot about coastal resilience, again, also earlier today. And we've been very inspired by the solutions to the many challenges faced by ocean ecosystems and coastal communities. So we certainly want to continue to build on this and encourage the interdisciplinary exchange on science-based ways to protect and build resilience into those communities and into the interconnected natural systems that we depend on for our food and our economic security. Now, one of the other real highlights of this meeting, of course, has been our host here at CIMATEC. And like many of us, well, like all of you, I've been walking past these labs and really appreciating the amazing tech that they're building in these labs. And that's really highlighted the opportunities in technological innovation to provide solutions to many of the challenges that we've been discussing over these past few days. And so we certainly also want to focus on innovation in this next forum. And certainly there is a lot of amazing innovation in ocean research happening in the UK. And then, of course, I think it is very, very clear that no AORIA meeting would be complete without strong presence of our ECOPs. I don't think any group of people in the world could match the enthusiasm that we've seen from them today and over the last few days. They are not just early career ocean professionals. I think they are absolutely our best ocean professionals. And we will continue to work with all of our ECOP community to really make sure that they have a central role in the forum going forward. So really with that welcome and those thoughts about where we can take this forum in the next year, it just leaves me to really emphasize that ocean science is a huge priority for the UK and of course for all of our friends in the wider world. And so we're really excited to take on the chair of AORIA next year and to host the forum and continue to build on the strengths of that community with all of you, working together to achieve more and drive a truly international understanding of the Atlantic Ocean. So this forum and this presentation that we've seen over the last few days, the discussions that we've had over coffees and in the backdrop of wonderful music and over dinners has really, really demonstrated that scientific partnerships are incredibly powerful in an ever-changing world. These are the things that really keep us moving forward together. So I just want to close by thanking all of you. Obrigado. To Brazil for your fantastic work in hosting this year's forum. You have set a very, very high standard. We will do our very best to meet it next year. And thanks to all of you for your contributions and the collaborations that make this All-Atlantic Alliance possible. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's time for the pictures and also the break. So we'll be back after this coffee break at 4:05. Is that correct? Yep, 4:05 sharp here. So take the time to take all the photos that you guys want and also have coffee and chat. See you guys soon. just send a message on WhatsApp to see if everybody will come back to the room. But while people is coming back to the room, I have one message from the organization. For those that have registered before the forum for the CIMATEC tours, practical information was shared by email and it's also available at the front desk. But please bear in mind that I think that applications to go are already finished. We already have selected the people who applied to do the tour, and all the information was sent by email, and also it's available on the front desk. And by saying that, I'd like to invite here to share with us a little bit more about this Ocean Track Network project. A Baiano that I didn't know that he was Baiano, so Iago, meu rei, come here. Iago, it's a Brazilian that works in Canada, and I just realized that he's from here, from Salvador, so that's why I call him meu rei, because it's a slang that we use here.
Okay, well, first of all, I'd just like to start by saying that I'm truly honored and very happy to be here presenting today. Like Barbara said, I am from Salvador, was born and raised here in Tapuã, just around the corner. And then I went to make my career out of Brazil in Canada, and I've been working for the Ocean Tracking Network for about 7 years now. And when I heard about the AAORIA and I started reading about what the goal is and to bring together all the researchers in the Atlantic, I felt that strongly that it was really in line with everything that OTN has been doing in Canada. And I thought that was going to be a good opportunity for me to come here and to just share with everybody what we've been doing and what we've been accomplished over the years, and maybe find ways where we can collaborate in that way. So I would just I have a brief presentation. It's not a lot of information, but hopefully it gives you an idea of what OTN does and how we've been operating through the years. So just for people to have a geographical reference, I'd like to start like that. We are located at Dalhousie University, which is on Halifax, Nova Scotia, which is the red little area there on the eastern side of Canada. And then we are hosted by Dalhousie University. That's the building where we have our main office, and that's the building where we've been operating in Canada. So I thought I would give you a bit of an overview of how OTN started and how we structure ourselves, because a lot of the talks that we had in this conference was about funding and money, and I think that this storyline on how OTN built itself is a good way to explain. So OTN started in 2008. It used to be just a research lab at Dalhousie. The professor who led the lab was the professor who taught acoustic telemetry, which is basically fish tracking using acoustic tags. He had this vision at the time where my research locally is not enough to understand where my fish is actually going to. We cannot have the resources to track the animal in the vast majority of the ocean. The ocean has no boundaries. The animal is not just going to stay in your study area. So he started having this idea of trying to make the researchers that do telemetry to collaborate. So instead of having a set number of receivers to do your project, you could combine your receivers with someone else that was also doing telemetry. And that way, instead of having 10 receivers, you would have 20 receivers. So that's how OTN started. And we start receiving money from the Canadian Fund of Innovation in 2008. We were founded as an international joint venture project. And we also received more money from other Canadian agencies. We use this money to start our program, to buy equipment, to build our database, to hire staff, and to start running. In 2017, we transitioned to a major science initiative. That means that we got more money from CFI, but we were asked by CFI to find matching funding from other partners to be able to secure our full funding. And that's when really start to show the importance of OTN had for the acoustic telemetry community, because we were able to find a matching funding from 30 different partners to be able to keep operating and growing. In 2022, we were awarded a new cycle of funding from CFI, and again, we secured more money from also partners. And we're looking into the future. In 2029 to 2038 is a major milestone for OTN. We are transitioning from a major science initiative to a major research facility. That means that we are going to get even more money from CFI and less need of matching funding to continue our operations. But the goal here is to show that we've been persevering and finding ways to keep growing. And we've only been able to be successful because the work we've been doing, the collaboration we've been doing has been helping researchers not only in Canada, but all around the world. So OTN's vision, it's pretty simple. It's track, connect, transform. We are tracking marine species. We are connecting the researchers, and the idea is to transform the knowledge. We are tracking over 500 different species. When I say we, I don't say OTN itself. We are a platform. We are a collaboration platform. We are more like an infrastructure-based organization. The researchers that are part of OTN are the ones doing the most of the research. We are connecting. We're connecting researchers from different countries, from different organizations, making them collaborate to be able to better understand what's going on. And then we're transforming the knowledge because we are broadening the area of study of all those projects. Well, now, why is it important to track? Well, track movement of animals is really important for several different aspects. It could be financial, it could be economical, it could be also just for science. But a few examples of why we use tracking data for is to design marine protected areas, is to be able to assess behavior changes in animals in the face of climate change. We use this to, DFO, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, use this data to be able to manage the fish stock and the liquidity they're going to give for different fishing areas, for periods of opening and closing of fishing areas. All this information can be helped and aid when you understand where the fish is moving and why your fish is moving and so forth. Now, how tracking works for people that don't really are in the field, I think that this is important for folks to understand. We work with acoustic telemetry, which is basically you need a tag that transmits a sound in a specific frequency. That sound emits its tag ID, is like Morse code. Each tag ID pings slightly different. And then we have the receivers, which are moored equipment that we put on the bottom of the ocean. The receiver sits on the bottom, listening for the tags. And once the receiver listens to the tags, it detects the tag ID. And then we can download the data and see which animals were in that area at that time. So basically, to do this kind of research, you need two things. You need your tag, and you need your receiver. Now, you can imagine that that's a very powerful way to track animals, but it's also the limitation of it. You can only have so much data if you have receivers deployed in different areas. And that's the idea of OTN came through. There's two ways we've been helping the researchers. We have a loaner program, and we have our database management program. Our loaner program is fairly simple. We are able to provide the researchers with the receivers to conduct the research. As most of you may know, funding is really hard to come by. Most researchers get funding, but not to fully fund their project. They can get money to buy tags. They can get money to buy to rent the vessel time, but they don't have money to buy the receiver, so they can apply for a loan with us. The loan is free of charge. The receivers go free of cost. The researchers usually just pay for the customs charge when the receivers get to them. We also have another aspect of project when there is not a specific research to be done, but the researchers have moorings that already exist in the area, and then we can just add a receiver into that mooring to build more capacity, what we call an opportunistic way of tracking. And that line of project, we even pay for the cost of shipping the receivers to the researchers. Now, a lot of researchers have all their money, they have the receivers, the tags, but they are getting data that they do not recognize. They do not recognize this tag ID, they don't know which animal it could be, and that's when OTN most powerful tool comes in handy. We manage the database, we do all this matching of this information. We host the data from all the researchers, and every 3 months, we do what we call data push, where we match all those information and send back to the researchers. So if you are part of the OTN network, if you tag your animal every 3 months, you will be able to know where, in which receivers from the network your animal was detected. Or if you own a project that has receivers, you might be able to know which animal from each project has been detected in your area. And we will share this information with the researchers. Delicate information from the animal that was tagged is never shared. We only share the PI's information, and then it's up to the researchers to collaborate if they choose to do so. And a lot of what was discussed here as a problem was the trust to build between the researchers to start collaborating. And that's why I think OKEANO is important when we build our data policy. We know it's sensitive data sometimes, and we know that it can be hard for the researchers to trust, but we, as our main funders, the Canadian government, all the receivers that are bought with Canadian money, the data has to be made public at some point, and that's as a mandate that the government of Canada has. So we created our data policy under those lines, and for everybody that is part of OKEANO, we have three main types of data that comes out of the network. Is your receiver data, is the location of your receivers. That data is always open. People can see where your receivers are deployed. However, the data from your tagged animal and your offloads from your receivers, they are not open. It's by default open unless the researcher opts out to not to be. And the way we work through it to make the researchers feel confident about it, we give them the opportunity to have their data embargo up into 2 years after the dead tag of their animal. So if they're tagging an animal with a tag that is 5 years battery life, they have 7 years that the data is protected by them, and they have 7 years to make their publications, and after that, the data becomes public. When I say the data becomes public, it's available, but as a lot of us know, if you're not from the field, you can have access to the data, but you need to know how to analyze, you need to know how to make your models, you need to be able to understand how's it going. And for telemetry specifically, once the tag dies, the animal cannot be tracked anymore, so we won't be able to know where the animal is gonna go anyways. So you can see where he has been, but not where it's gonna go from there on. So that's how we'll be able to jump that problem of the data policy breaches. We will be able to build our network that way. This is a map that shows all the, what we call node partners and data partners. Node partners are groups, locally groups that decided to follow all the OKEANO guidelines for our quality control and our scripts to be able to ingest data the same way. That way we standardize the data, and everybody that works within the network can have access to the data in the same quality, the same way. And data partners, they don't exactly follow all the database the database management activities that we do, but it's relatable enough that we can collaborate in that way. As you can see in this map, there is a lot of representation in North America, a lot of representation in the numbers of projects. In Europe, there's not a whole lot of representation down in Africa and even in South America, and that's the main reason why I'm here. I'm just trying to get that ball rolling, especially here in Brazil as my country. And this is just an example of a project that was just approved that I worked through it. It was a researcher here in Brazil from the Universidade Federal de Pernambuco. She decided to do a project to put receivers in all the Brazilian oceanic islands, all the 5 islands that we have. She was able to be she was successful, and we were able to send $80,000 worth of equipment for her. She'll be able to conduct her research. The data is protected during her period of study, and there's more information. Obviously, if you want to know more about that, you can talk later. I don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm just going to keep going here on the presentation. This is a map, and that's how powerful OKEANO can be. This is a map of all deployed receivers that have been deployed since 2008. That doesn't mean that they are all currently active, but imagine you as an individual researcher that tagged an animal down in the Gulf of Mexico. If your animal is swimming by all the way to Labrador, you'll be able to know because the receivers of the network are there for it, and you have access to that information if you're part of the network. So that just shows that the more folks we have involved, the more collaboration we can make, better is for everybody. It's much better to share data in a way that makes sense to everybody, everybody's comfortable with, and everybody's leveraging this infrastructure that we have. As we grew and we kind of expanded away from the telemetry alone, we also start dealing with robotics, and we fully have a fleet of ROVs and gliders that we also manage, and we've been modifying those to help us in our acoustic telemetry activities. Our gliders, we have 3 different types of gliders, deeper, that goes to 500 meters, one that goes to 100, and one that's just for inspections. We mostly just use them to recover lost assets. Once we have receivers that are stuck on the bottom, we go down with the ROV, we grab them. And we'll be doing that for us and also for Fisheries and Oceans Canada and other researchers. Like I said, most of the resources from OKEANO are bought with public money from Canada, so we want to use the resources to help not only ourselves, but other researchers that are part of the network. It's our mandate to do so. For the gliders, we have a fleet of 10 Slocum gliders and 5 wave gliders, and we've been using those gliders to also help us doing tracking. I want to highlight here for the wave gliders, we can conduct surveys looking for tagged animals, and we also can offload data from some of the receivers that we have deployed. So the gliders are doing the work for us, getting the data for us, so we don't have to do that ourselves. And for the slocum gliders, the biggest project that I'd like to highlight is the one that we modified. It was slocum gliders. We put a hydrophone on its nose, and it serves the Gulf of St. Lawrence looking for baleen whales. And it's a partnership we had with Transport Canada, where when the glider detects there is a North Atlantic right whale in the area, it sends an alert to the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard sends an alert to all the vessels to slow down. And if the whale it's found again, then the vessels have to stop. So this is a project that was a collaboration between us, Fisheries and Oceans, and Transport Canada. Again, OTN is trying to collaborate with all organizations, not just the science community. And this is just a quick graph of the ways we've been tracking animals around the world. And to finish it off, there's just a few numbers of the network at the moment. We have tagged over 90,000 animals. There's over 2,400 researchers actively in the network. We've been tracking more than 450 species, and our gliders in the 10 years of operation that have been having, they have traveled more than 200,000 kilometers. They have traveled more than half the distance from the Earth to the Moon. This is just what we've been operating there in Canada. And for that, I just want to say thank you to everybody to listen to me, and then I'm always happy to chat if you are interested to know more about OKEANO or just collaboration in general. Thank you.
Amazing. And congratulations on your English. You fooled me. I thought you were Canadian. All right. So to keep up, we need to have this very special session that is kind of like a thank you note, a love letter for all the supporters, because otherwise we could not be here. So for this session, I would like to invite Justin Munyaneza to be our moderator and to guide us to all these amazing people who funds and supports the AAORIA. So welcome to the stage, Justin.
All right, thank you so much. Before I start, I want to give a shout out. And when we hosted the AAORIA in Ottawa, I was the MC. I know how hard this is. So please, let's give a round of applause to that amazing MC. Second person, he's instrumental to this forum. He was actually tracking me down to come here and not be late. He's amazing. Love working with this guy. Roberto, you're the man. All right, back on track. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today and open this AAORIA supporter session. As many of you know, AAORIA brings together 13 partners, and the strength of this alliance lies in its diversity and in our ability to unite perspectives, expertise, and priorities from across the Atlantic. The alliance also recognizes that meaningful ocean collaboration extends beyond national governments. That is why AAORIA created the supporter category, so that organizations and institutions across the Atlantic that share our commitment to collaborative ocean science and to the conservation and sustainable use of the Atlantic Ocean can actively participate in our work. Supporters help deepen our scientific networks. They strengthen our knowledge and accelerate the translation of research into action. We welcomed our first supporter, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, the IOC of UNESCO, in 2024 at the Ottawa Forum. And then in Brussels last year, we were delighted to welcome 6 additional supporters to the group. This included the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea, ICES, the Air Center, GeoMar, Europe Jacques Delors, the Ocean Azul Foundation, and the Ocean Race. Now, on behalf of AAORIA, I would like to welcome our newest supporters, the Leibniz, I always have trouble with this word, Center of Tropical Marine Research, ZMT, which is easier to say, ZMT brings expertise in tropical coastal ecosystems and capacity development. So please let me welcome the first panelist here, Dr. Martin Zimmer. The second panelist, and then I'll let them present, is from the Air Center. I would like to welcome the Executive Director, Miguel Miranda, one of the supporters welcomed last year. I guess you're stuck with me, so yes. For me.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for still being with us. It's a great honor standing here in front of you again and representing the Leibniz Center for Tropical Marine Research. Not too bad, Justin. ZMT, it is indeed much easier. And we are very happy being recognized as a supporter of AAORIA. And I would like to tell you about a long-lasting love story from A, like Atlantic collaboration, to Z, like ZMT. And because it's a love story, don't be surprised that I get emotional and sentimental. But let me start by briefly telling you something about ZMT. So we are mandated by the German government to develop the mission to study coastal socio-ecological systems in the tropics. So tropical coasts are the major research area where we're working on. And the aim is to support the protection and sustainable use of tropical coastal ecosystems. It's multidisciplinary. Over the last couple of years, we developed into interdisciplinary. We are working a lot transdisciplinary, engaging stakeholders, local actors, helping us co-design our research, our projects, and the protection and reestablishment of ecosystems, which then we call ecosystem co-design. And we take some pride of also contributing to the agenda setting for coastal science cooperation, having done that for the last 35 years. So, and this is where the link to AAORIA comes in, because we are working in these coastal ecosystems also along the Atlantic, mostly tropical Atlantic, but not only. And the point here is that we really see these common challenges in these ecosystems, in these coastal communities and coastal ecosystems too. And I don't have to go through all these challenges. We all know them. We have talked about them over the last couple of days. But this is the link that we see between AAORIA and ZMT. And then it's a long story. It started in 2012. One of my former ZMT colleagues, Werner Ekau, some of you might still know him, and in fact, he sends warm regards to everybody who knows him. And some South African partners organized a symposium in Cape Town and Bremen, where they wanted to talk about emerging marine research challenges in the South Atlantic. And that was a very good timing, because at that time, the negotiations for the later coming Galway Agreement, Galway Statement were ongoing. So in 2013, then the Galway Statement was signed on Atlantic Ocean cooperation. And that, as you all know, incorporated or encompassed the EU, USA, and Canada to launch this Atlantic Ocean Research Alliance. Then 2014, ZMT, again Werner Ekau, and Geomar, in person Peter Brandt, together with Brazilian partners, organized a very similar, with the same topic, symposium in Fortaleza. And that was actually my first contact with the Atlantic Ocean collaboration. And I think that was the first time I met Janice and Andre, and I also believe the first time I met Luis back then. So the outcome of this workshop, of this symposium, in a nutshell, was that the South Atlantic must be understood and studied as a continuum of an intercontinental ecosystem. And now it becomes a bit funny, because it was the Christmas party 2024 at ZMT where Werner Ekau and Stefan Fritz, I don't know where he is, but he must be somewhere around, talked about this South-South collaboration and maybe how Germany or the European Union could get involved. And they talked to John Bell and to Sigi Gruber. And again, that was a fantastic timing because John and Sigi had already started thinking about this North-South collaboration across the Atlantic. So not only the Northern Atlantic like in the Galway Statement. So based on that, there was this initiative or this idea of the initiative for a trilateral EU project between Germany, Brazil, and South Africa. And again, Werner and his friend and colleague Gilles Léricollet from Ifremer hosted in 2015 another workshop, this time in Brussels, and there were about 70 partners or participants from the Southern Atlantic, from South Africa, or Southern Africa, I should say, and South America. And this, I believe, was the first time I met Sigi in Brussels then during that workshop. And then there were a series of subsequent regional workshops, including one in Rio de Janeiro. Okay, and from this workshop, this is just a little screenshot from the minutes. There were some important high-level keynotes and impulse talks. Andre gave one, Sigi gave one, and you see the other people here on the list. And then a lot of communication and planning and exchange about this idea, how to further development this transatlantic or Atlantic collaboration. Then 2017, the Belém Statement, again, you know all that, the Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Cooperation, and a symposium in Salvador in 2018. So we were here already in the context of the Atlantic collaboration. And ZMT then, together with many European, African, Brazilian, or transatlantic partners, got engaged in a number of CSA, RA, and RISE projects and programs. And I just want to mention these three here: the Anchor Project, the All-Atlantic Cooperation for Ocean Research and Innovation from 2018 to 23. The Tri-Atlas Project, you all know about these projects, the South and Tropical Atlantic Climate-Based Marine Ecosystem Prediction for Sustainable Management. Maybe PADDLE is a bit less known. It was a RISE project where also ZMT and many European partners and also Cabo Verde and Senegal and Brazil were involved. And it was called Planning in a Liquid World with Tropical Stakes. It was about marine spatial planning and developing decision tools and planning tools for the stakeholders. And then with these projects, by the end of these projects, something happened that sometimes happens to some couples. They need a break. They need some distance from each other. And in our case, it was because Werner retired and I was not yet ready to adopt his role in this whole Atlantic collaboration. So I had been at ZMT for just a couple of years at that point, and I didn't really feel comfortable with that. That has changed by now. But ZMT lost the connection to the Atlantic cooperation for a couple of years. But then we found back together in Barcelona. The UN Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona in 2024. It was pretty much by chance that Vero Elfer, my colleague who's sitting there, and Stefan there, and Roberto, no, he was sitting there, now I don't know where he is, and myself, in a coffee break, started chatting about coastal resilience and about the importance of coastal resilience for this all-Atlantic, transatlantic thinking or basis. And then in the same year in Ottawa, the AAORIA Forum 2024, we organized together with the KDM team through OKEANO a coastal resilience workshop where we kind of triggered this idea or pitched this idea of building a network of networks of, back then we called them pilot sites or living labs that should work together. And this idea was taken up. And then, as you all know, we talked about that in 2025 at the AAORIA Forum in Brussels. This network, then called Network of Coastal Resilience Beacon Sites, was officially launched. So at this stage, ZMT got back into the collaboration. We got engaged in these workshops. We got engaged in the ECOP challenges and felt like becoming real members of the family again. And, okay, I forgot to move on here. No? Okay. And there we are now, looking back at a number of projects that you can maybe not read up there, that were directly and indirectly related to the Atlantic collaboration. And looking forward to many more projects to come, hopefully, within the Atlantic Ocean collaboration, within AORIA, and maybe beyond that. And now we are celebrating our wedding today with the official launch of ZMT being a supporter of AORIA, and we are, as I said, very happy, very proud of that, and we will do our best to support AORIA. And maybe let me finish with a quote from JF Kennedy, who said, "Ask not what AORIA can do for you, but ask what you can do for AORIA." Thank you very much.
May I? Good afternoon, all of you. I think I am the last one, which is a fantastic position. And my first point to tell you is to say that the Earth Center today is commemorating the 8th anniversary. It was founded in Brazil, and the state of Bahia was one of our first partners. The problems that we described today will not have a single solution. We'll have lots of strategies to be handled in the next years and probably in the next decades. And what is the role and I will say, the strategy of the S Center? We are an international organization that is hosted by Portugal, where now there are 16 member states. But our goal, oh my God, it's me that must do that, okay. Our goal is to reinforce our partners. We are not interested in being famous or known everywhere, because we know we are, but we are interested in having strong partners everywhere. And why is that so? Because nowadays, research and even dissemination is trapped by the short-term competitive funding. There is no commitment for long-term observations. There is no commitment for long-term operations unless the national organizations take their role, are strong enough to keep the obligations on the long term, and can become partners of the world. And our role as Earth Center is to support the national organizations, to cooperate with them, to do better service for citizens and the economy, to be stronger. Being stronger, they will be able to attract the national commitment and the national funding, and this will help them to have a better and larger role in the international arena. We have a very simple, approach. We think that we need a data infrastructure, and that's why one of the major objectives we had was to create what we call the Atlantic Cloud, meaning to join high-processor computing from, up to now, Portugal and Brazil, but it is being expanded to other countries in the Atlantic, to make available top-level tools for everyone, free of charge, and above the data infrastructure, a model infrastructure, models that can be used by everyone in a very easy and simple way. And above that, a knowledge infrastructure. That's what we are always trying to create. And This meaning that we are creating platforms for collaborative work. I will show some of them very soon. We make available up-to-date analytical tools, that means AI-based tools, big data-based tools. We want to promote meaningful research without high costs, and afterwards to consolidate the network with the research results, but always having in mind that we are working for people and for economy. No poor country is able to preserve the environment. This is impossible. We need the wealth of the coastal communities, and we also need that we will preserve the natural environment where they are located. But both things must be done at the same time. And for you to give an idea what this means practically, I have here 3 examples. The first example, internal waves. Probably some of you never heard of the word internal waves, but the ocean has the waves in the interface between the atmosphere and the ocean, but there are also waves inside the ocean that correspond, for example, to changes in salinity or density or whatever. And these internal waves are very important even for fishing. They are important because they can also control the nutrient cycles inside the ocean. When we started to, by the way, in cooperation with NVIDIA, to develop this kind of study, we started what is the draw above, small studies everywhere. And then we create some kind of, I would say not an informal consortium, where, for example, our friends in Nigeria had a very important role, but not only. And the image below is the situation now. Because there are this kind of phenomena, it exists everywhere. If we are able to develop up-to-date tools based on radar imagery, we make the radar imagery available, and we make the AI-based tools available. With the cooperative work, we can do sensitive and important stuff. Then you have another point, that is an example from Angola. The director of INIP is here, a friend, of course, and a partner of the S Center. Copernicus data are available, but most of the ways we have to browse this kind of data, they are very difficult to use. We need simple things if you want fishermen to use it. We need simple ways of browsing data in the smartphone or in the computer, understanding that if we work for the people, our data must be accessible for the people. And they have a third point, that is the Networking Fridays, something that exists for, I would say, 7 years, where we invite almost anyone that is interesting to be a participant. And we are increasing all the time the participation of people discussing together the Atlantic issues. So we support AAORIA from the beginning. And we support AAORIA because we think AAORIA can be the umbrella below all these initiatives. But we do our priority to support the national organizations. Nicole Duplessis made, in my view, a very interesting presentation some hours ago, emphasizing the role of countries. Countries are critical to preserve the ocean. We cannot imagine the preservation of the ocean only based on the willing of people. It is important, the willing of people, but it is important the long-term commitment of countries and national organizations. And our role, I hope, in the future, will be to make them even stronger. This is our point. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel and Dr. Zimmer, and welcome to the family. I know we're running out of time, so maybe I'll open the floor for questions, if there are any, for our 2 amazing panelists. While we wait, I have a general question. When I was networking, I heard various themes: funding, money, political will, trust in science, trust in institutional science, innovation, doing things differently, removing bureaucracy and red tape. So the question here is, it's general. How can strong supporters, like both of yours, help elevate, and Miguel, you just mentioned it, simplify, political visibility, funding, and influence in decision-making and advancing the common goal here?
I think that you understood my point. To be funded, national organizations must be relevant for people and for companies. This is, in my view, the only way. I came from Portugal, and I'm a marine geophysicist for some years, not very much. And I learned that with my life. Sometimes there are very interesting national organizations that try to do their best, but they not achieve the point to be indispensable. The only way to get funds all the time is to be indispensable. And to be indispensable, we must be critical for people and critical for the economy. And then we must be responsible. We should only have programs and actions that preserve the environment in the best possible way. And this is our philosophy. Of course, there are others. We can be motivators. We can influence the young people, like the Blue School approach, for example. This ECOP action is also in that way, to put in the society the importance of the ocean. But finally, if we want long-term commitment, we must be able to have a fantastic cooperative national cooperation work.
Let me get back to the picture of the marriage. I mean, in every good marriage, it's a win-win situation between the partners. Now, we as SMT have to be strong. We are not, AORIA is not only married to us, it's a multi-partner marriage. But in this case, that's actually a strength, it's an advantage, because all the different partners can bring in their very specific expertise, their very specific access to regions across the Atlantic, and through that also access to local partners and local communities. So all the supporters really can support each other and can support their research activities and their communication activities beyond, I believe, very, very far beyond what every individual partner could reach by themselves through the network, through communication, through exchange, through fora like these annual AORIA forums.
That was my point. There is no single solution. There is an enormous amount of parallel solutions, for example. Imagine a country, I see the Angola colleagues, so Angola for me is a natural example. They need to be strong, but also their researchers need to be connected to the international research networks that exist also. They need that their schools be connected with the other schools. So this is a matter of connection, and it is a matter of responsibility. But we are living in very difficult times. Be aware of that. We are sitting in a powder keg. And so we must be responsible. We must think that our people, our citizens, will need to be more happy, finally, to eat, to study, to have their normal life. And our duty is to do what is needed so that that will be possible.
Thank you. I can see in my rear view that I'm running out of time. Thank you to you both again. And then to AORIA partners and ECOP, you have a support line here, so reach out to them. Thank you again.
Well. Time to go back to the youth. So for our next session, that is called Think Global, Act Local, Youth-Led Solution for Coastal Cities, I would like to invite one local legend, at least for the for the cultural social events. Antonio, where is Pedro? Okay, so maybe, okay, he's not here, but I'm gonna read his short bio. So Pedro Dantas, I think that most of you know, like he's the one who's organizing all the karaoke and the parties and the tourist sightseeing together with the crew from, oh, he's coming, from Ocean Hub. So Pedro is affiliated with Ocean Hub, and that is an innovation hub focused on ocean sustainability and the blue economy. He works at the interface of science, technology, and community engagement, facilitating dialogues and collaborative solutions for ocean challenges. Welcome to stage, Pedro.
So, hello everyone, good afternoon. Do you still have energy, or the day in the lunch made you guys, come on? Boa tarde, boa tarde. So it's really a pleasure to be here. After all these days, being in this side is an awesome experience, and I'm proud to be here, and I will now introduce you to the panel, because we've been talking about the solutions and we've been talking about the problems also, but now it's time to really see really good projects that can turn all this into reality, you know? So I want to welcome to the stage Genilson Brito, co-founder of the Ocean Hub, an innovation hub that promotes ocean conservation and the development of the blue economy. We are working together, co-hosting here in Salvador. So welcome, Genilson. And I will also want to invite to the stage Jasleen, please come here. She's an environmental researcher with lived experience in both Atlantic and Arctic coastal communities. Her work focusing on mobilizing youth and philanthropic funding to develop sustainable small-scale fisheries and climate monitoring programs to ensure food security, and it's really good. Welcome. I also want to invite Mr. Julio Donfac, oceanographer and researcher focusing on African coast. He uses satellite altimetry, drifting buoys, and open data, reconstructing ocean surface currents, and it will be amazing to have you here. And last but not least, I want to invite Mr. Gary Kett, researcher at CIMA, focusing on science policy, society interface. His work with the Horizon Europe Inspire project addresses urban river-to-sea collaboration and microplastic pollution reduce. So here we are. And in this morning, we talked about asking you guys, you all had answered our questions, and we talk about the application and what scientific concept it fits the most with your reality. We asked about the tools and technologies presented here, and we also asked for you for the obstacles you see on your own reality. And you talk a lot, many words, and we need integration, we need courage, we need space, we need technology. A lot of this will be solved here in this panel, because when you bring problems to ECOPS, we solve it on the same day. And that's what we do. And it's really good that after developing solutions together in the last days, and now we can see a little bit of what each one of these persons are doing back home in their own projects, right? So I will now invite Jasleen to come here. The floor is yours for your pitch presentation.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here still. I know it's the end of the day, but lucky for all of you, we are obligated to keep this very short. I'm going to propose a solution for how to include youth in small-scale fisheries. So this pitch is based on work that I've been conducting in the Canadian Eastern Arctic since 2018. I'm also selfishly using this as an opportunity to show off my really cool field photos from the Arctic. So there's three main problems that my project will address: youth engagement in fisheries development, food insecurity, and sustainable economic growth. So how will we address these problems? I suggest that we provide internships for youth in two main areas, including researching the feasibility of small-scale fisheries and the study of markets of target species. Yeah, there we go. And in Canada, we have examples of these types of programs. We have the Canada Student Jobs Program, as well as the MyTax program, which helps supplement graduate student wages while they work. In terms of methodology to the research, we have used a lot of different equipment and technology. And there's also a really good mix of market research as well. In the Arctic, we've had so much fun bringing on grad students and high school students into the program. And we brought them on community boats and research vessels, getting to use the technology and also digging into the market research. And we hear a lot from the youth that this hands-on experience has really encouraged them to continue working in blue economy fields. On the screen, I've listed some of the technologies that we have used in order to understand the feasibility of inshore research and fisheries development around coastal Nunavut. During the research, we collected samples of target species, and we would always share our catches back to local communities. We also understand that it's really important to know where the best market is around the world to share the target species. In the future, potentially a new established fishery, the profits from that could be used to distribute the harvest to local communities where the fish come from, so it doesn't just benefit international markets. In terms of implementation, we've heard all day that we really need innovative funding models. And there's been a new innovative funding model that's actually taken place in Canada and in the Arctic as well. I would hope that this could be replicated in places around the Atlantic. And this is called the Project Finance for Permanence model. It's a collaborative model that couples capital from the public and the private sector. And it's used toward environmental conservation and sustainable development. This model has been proven in Nunavut through the recent signing of the SENAI agreement. So to summarize, we really need to build programs that motivate employers to hire youth and include them in hands-on experiences. We also need to ensure that small-scale fisheries benefit adjacent communities as well as international markets. We need to prioritize innovative funding models to ensure long-term and sustainable economic growth. Thank you so much to AAORIA, the ECOPS, the LCOPS, as well as our panel for this opportunity. Thank you.
And now you saw me in many different hats during the last days, but the one that bring me to this place and this day now, it's one project that started many years ago with Antonio that is over there, and I will invite Jean Nilsson to tell this story right here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Genilson Brito. I'm also part of Ocean Hub, and I'm here to present a little bit about what we do here in Salvador in Brazil. And all of this journey started in 2019 when we were at the university, and our professor motivated us to participate in our first hackathon. That was the NASA hackathon. It's different of hackathons that is made by companies because this one bring world problems and big problems to be solved. So we were here in the Alcentes Bay facing a big problem in Brazil in that time. There was a big oil spill that we had in our coast of northeast of Brazil. And we decided to do we didn't know what project we will build, but we was motivated by this oil spill to do something about the ocean. And we heard about the problem of the microplastics that was emerging, an emerging problem. And we decided to do something about it. And that's why from the capital of the Blue Amazon, we created the Ocean Ride. That is a device, a concept of a device that it can collect microplastics from the ocean using the concept of electrostatic energy. And we have some steps to go. We are on the functional prototype step right now. We plan to do some missions and research vessels to do cleaning our base and testing our projects to go to the medium, and after this, larger vessels. This device can be coupled to vessels and made fixable in platforms, and they can collect the microplastics that's present on the ocean. And as an award, the NASA invited us to go there and present our project in 2023, and we built a lot of partnership with companies from here, from Salvador, and we made a documentary telling about this journey, motivating the students, and doing these projects and presenting these projects in some places in the US. And besides NASA, we went to MIT, Harvard, and Catholic University of Americas, and we started this journey that we call us right now Ocean Hub, because we work with three main pillars: the technological developments that I just presented you, but also with this documentary, we have a culture pillar that we made events and documentaries about ocean conservation, our projects, and the next one will be about a manifesto of the youth from the ocean. And we have the other pillar that is a education pillar that we go to the schools and we do workshops about problem solving with the kids of the public schools here in Salvador and Bahia as in general. And we are open to do some collaboration with all the partners of AAORIA. And if you think about Brazil, if you think about Bahia, you can think about Ocean Hub too. Thank you.
So as you can see, this hackathon meant a lot for us. It was the first time we were competing in separated teams, and we are having a good subject for the next week, right? So, yeah, we talked about communities, and now about, let's say, devices on the ocean. And I want to invite Julio to talk about data, satellite, and observation.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Julio Ndonfak from Cameroon. Hi, everyone. I'm Julio Ndonfak, physical oceanographer from Cameroon, and I'm going to show with you my work to the study of geostrophic and agestrophic components of currents through combined analysis of drifting beyond and satellite archimetry. As you know, according to Robert and all in 1974, surface currents can define as water movement at the surface driven by wind, Coriolis forces, and pressure gradients. It has two main components, geostrophic and agestrophic. And why this work is important? First, for the tracer tracking like salinity and temperature, and also for the distribution of pollutants. It has practical applications like optimization of ship routing, search and rescue operations, and also for the forecasting the trajectories of floating objects. The general objective of my work is to try to reconstruct current maps by incorporating more components than the geostrophic one, combining both drifting data and satellite data. And my specific objective was to assess the accuracy of global cement products by comparing them with current measure, and also to assess the contribution of the new satellite SWOT satellite relative to conventional archimetry. This is my studies area. You can see on the left, it is the trajectory of our drifter, and on the right, it is a position of our drifter in a specific time. Regarding our method, you know, drifter, it is an oceanography instrument which integrates the total current. He integrates all components like geostrophic, Edman, and inertial components, and more. But drifter data have one gap, and this gap is that he cannot cover the data at a global scale. In another side, we have archimetry, which gives us the main components called geostrophic, but he has one issue, the resolution, and also he cannot measure another parameter like Eggman and inertial components and more, which is very important for the total currents. And then in our method, we decompose the currents in three components, geostrophic, Eggman, inertial. And after that, we use the filter to remove the inertial components contained in the currents provided by drifter. And after that, we interpolate the data in the common grid before compare. And for our comparison, we use statistical tools like root mean square error and Pearson correlation. Regarding the data, we have used three main data. One, the Siemens is an European Union dedicated for the observation of the ocean. And this product gives us the current components with 25 kilometers of resolution in the period 2019 to 2023. We also use the SWOT data. The new satellite SWOT is a surface water ocean topography with 2 kilometers of resolution taken in the period of March 2023 to July 2023. And the last one is the drifter data, which give us the data with, we give us the data, a total current. We are going to say like this, okay. And now we are going to the result. In the first step, as you can see on the left opt, we compare the data the data provided by the drifter to the data provided by Siemens. The blue curve represents the data provided by drifter, and the red curve represent the data, the temporal series, I would like to say, provided by Siemens. We can remark that the current data provided by drifter is more dominated by inertial component. And then what we are going to do on the next, we are going to remove these inertial components, and after that, we are going to add the Ekman component on the cement product. And what we obtain up, like you can see, we have three curves. We have a red black, which represent current drifter without moving the drifter the inertial components, and we have a blue gray, which represent the currents after moving the inertial components, and we have a red black, which represent the geostrophic currents provided by cement. You know, the archmetry gives us main components called geostrophic. Then after that, we remark that the temporal series, our two products, drifter after filtering inertial components, and cements after add the Ekman component, we remark that this two time series have the same trajectory. After this work, we also like to know the contribution of the new satellite called SWOT, because you know he has a good resolution, and to evaluate this blue value, we start to compare the drifter data on the right up. We compare the drifter data to Siemens data, and as you can see, we remark that the two products is less moderated. And we are doing the same work with drifter data and SWOT data. And we can remark that the time series between these two products is moderated better. We have also done the same study with meridional component, and we remark that the meridional components of the SWOT satellite don't give us more information. In the conclusion of my work, the major result is that the combining high-resolution satellite observations within in situ data and optimize filtering method can significantly enhance the representation of ocean surface, and also we encourage the future improvements in satellite data asymmetry and emphasize the need to refine SWOT data procedure to better evolve both components of surface flow, particularly in tropical and equatorial regions. You know, in the equatorial regions, we have the Coriolis forces, and at this specific region of our globe, it's equal to 0. Then we think with my boss, it will be very important to try to see what happened in this specific region of our planet. Yeah, we are very open for any collaboration regarding this work, because we'll try. It's true, we have a sensor which can give us the data with good resolution, but we cannot get a sensor at any part in the world. Satellite have advantage that he can give us the data in the global scale. Then in our work, we have satellite which give us one component, geostrophic. In our work, we have add another component called Ekman component, which is also a main component of currents. We add a new component called inertial component due to the rotation of the Earth, and we would like to add more components like a cyclogeography. And yeah, we are open to any collaboration regarding our work. Thank you so much.
right, thank you. So, yeah, we have talked about the technological solutions, about this part of the session, but now it's time to also inspire you to keep doing this. And I want Gary to come here and talk about Inspire project that is working systemically to co-design the future. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Obrigado, thank you all. I'm sorry, I know it's late in the evening, late in the day, but I will keep this short for multiple reasons. I was asked to. It's late in the day and I have no voice, as you can tell. We've had a very talkative week. So I will move on to, yes, the presentation. I want to talk about the Inspire project, which on paper is a project that addresses pollution, addresses plastic pollution, and it tries to come up with innovative solutions for plastic-free European rivers. But I'm not going to talk about pollution or plastic at all, because in my mind, how I approach it, it's not a pollution problem, as we've already heard today. It's a society problem, it's a people problem, it's a how we manage ourselves and our behavior type of problem. So I will briefly talk about what we do, what the project does on a European level, and what we do in our use case in the Douro River in Porto, northern Portugal. And then I want to talk a little bit about how it relates to local and global action, how it relates to AAORIA, and what we can learn from each other, but also in particular some maybe lessons we have learned from a lot of close, regular, continued, adaptive local engagement to bring these solutions to local communities in these coastal cities. So Inspire is a project funded by Horizon Europe under the Mission Oceans program. So it's addressing Objective 2, which is trying to reduce plastic pollution in rivers and seas by 30%, which is an ambitious goal, but attainable with the right solutions in the right places and the right contexts and the right people behind them. Inspire is composed of 26 European partner institutes and one non-European also, and it operates across 6 different river basins around Europe. So we have the Scheldt in Belgium, the Rhine comes test in Germany, we have the Douro River in Portugal, the Po in Italy, Kaminstra Bistrica in Slovenia, which I always struggle with, and the Danube in Romania leading into the Black Sea. So we really try to get a comprehensive overview of the situation in front of us, whether that's on a river basis, in the estuaries, or even going into the Black Sea, North Sea, or Atlantic. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of data involved in that. And of course, I know I'm talking about a project that deals with rivers, but I think we all are pretty on the same page that we can't have an ocean conference without the rivers that feed into them, and we can't have rivers without being the transport mechanism for a lot of things into our oceans, but in this case, pollution. So Inspire tries to tackle this problem through what we call a DCP method. So the D, detection, P, prevention, C, collection. So finding where we can develop, trial, test, and expand and scale up technologies and actions for detecting, preventing, and collecting plastic pollution. In this case, we have a range of 18 different technologies and 6 different actions, some more socially grounded actions that are addressing this concept. In detection, we're developing drones, bridge-mounted cameras, the Joint Research Commission app to keep a track of where we're collecting these data. In prevention, these are more stopping the particles, pollution, or the plastic before they enter the river system, and in collection. So when the plastics are already in our water system, what we can do to get them out of there. So whether that's things like barriers, traps, booms, floating buoys, Archimedean drum screws. I would have loved to go on about these and show you all of the amazing technologies, but please check out the Inspire website or Inspire or LinkedIn or Facebook for more information on those, because it's a lot of technology, so I didn't want to get too into the science, but more so what we've learned from building them out. The idea behind all of this engagement, technology development, and monitoring of the waterways is so that we can feed it all into a master data plan, and indeed build an impact dashboard so we can see where are high-risk areas, where are multifactorial areas where we have social and environmental conflicting phenomena, and how we can put all of this together into a useful, handy, practical tool for decision makers in our decision maker support tool. So this is what Inspire aims to do, how it aims to do it, and where it aims to do it. Understanding how different contexts need different approaches and different local contexts. So naturally, now onto the people of the problem. So how we engage, how we inspire, how we build awareness, and how we work together. This is the crucial part. It's the co-design, the adaptability, and the transferability that we take through this approach. So in the Douro use case, in the top corner there, you can see the Douro Marina. And this is similar to here behind this bridge on the first slide is the Freischau Marina. And these are the local stakeholders we've been engaging with to understand their systems, the waterway systems, the treatment systems, and how they deal with the water that they're using and disposing of. The idea behind this is to install a technology developed by one of our partners called Waste and Water, which is the Ecoplex microplastic remover. And essentially, it's a device that you can see on the top corner in the blurry image, but basically trying to take the water that we use after washing down boats, which is heavily overburdened with paint particles, hydrocarbons, microplastics, and tries to prevent that through a series of filtrations before it is released back into the estuary, so that we prevent any of that escape from particularly paint particles in this case, but in other use cases, we're looking at the tire wear particles, we're looking at food-based microplastics, agriculture-based microplastics, and the solutions we develop are adapted to those areas. So like our technology here to deal with the many marinas and boats that we have in the Douro estuary, or in other areas, they're developing alternatives for shampoos, like we have in the middle here, the 1230, are plastic-free, reusable shampoos that you can use on the go. So we go to, our partners have gone to festivals, we go to events and distribute these products to build awareness and to build interest and engagement. But coming back to how we develop a solution on the ground, it takes a lot of planning and a lot of communication and coordination, and sometimes some misplanning and miscommunication and miscoordination, but that's okay too, it's all part of the process. Learning on the spot is a really big part of the process. There's a big gap, I think many of us can agree, between the structure of how we can get our funding and put it into action, that we need to apply with quite clear objectives and processes and methods and expected results, but in reality, this often isn't the case. Adaptability. So if we come with an idea, we need to see if it doesn't work there, how can we do something that may work best for the situation? As well as working with the stakeholders, so the actual managers on the ground, whether that's environmental managers, local administrations, municipalities, waste managers, these companies, private companies and public companies, and having very regular meetings with them when we can, or just long periods of emailing over and back. But this is a really crucial part of the step, but of course not the only step. Engaging the public for inspiration and information, for awareness raising, so with our citizen science and beach cleanups. We do these in a very alternative way, I would like to say, that some people may, differ with in terms of how much data is collected on these trips, but they're incredibly important to us because we use them as inspiration building activities as opposed to just another method of collecting data. We want people to leave these cleanups feeling inspired, engaged, wanting to talk to us again. If that's the only thing we come away with, then that's a successful event. Somebody that feels like they can, visit our institute or drop in and have a discussion or send an email when they have something to bring up to us. So this also involves taking that a step further. In the bottom picture, we'll often have dedicated media campaigns to promote what we're doing in monitoring and in innovative solutions development. I think this on the bottom was Euronews coming to film how the solutions affect the different the ecosystem health status in the various rivers in northern Portugal that we work in. But primarily I want to talk about this big corner picture here in the bottom left, because this was a really eye-opener for me, at least last September. We paired with the Douro Bridges, an open water swim competition from the ANNP, the Associação Nacional, and with them we were a sponsor of their event, had a stall, had an information stand, got to give out some of our reusable shampoos at the stalls after all of the swimmers emerged from the river. There's 2,000 competitors in a 4,000 meter stretch of river, so quite an intense competition. We also sponsored a champion for that who came first place in his division, Jose Salgueiro. And this was a really particular event for us because it wasn't just, kind of a booth and a stall, but it was a real exercise in talking to people where they already were at their local interests. So we didn't expect everyone to come to an open science day at our institutes, that's in September. This was in a week before, earlier in September. But it was going to the cultural events, going to the sporting events, going to the historical talks, going to events where people already tailor their interests and communicating by listening. So seeing what their concerns are, how they've seen changes in the rivers over the years, how their level of concern is about this problem. Do they feel like scientists are making it worse with miscommunication? We hear these things, and unless we hear them, we can't respond to them. So this is a really crucial part of the process, the whole scientific process, and it's nowhere in our policy, it's nowhere in our agreement, it's nowhere in our funding grant, but it's crucial to understanding how the people interact with their environment so we can serve both better. So this for me was the main event that I figured, okay, we came away from that reaching so many more people, really gaining a good understanding of their context and their environment. And this has helped us shape the solution that we're installing to an incredible degree, because we have discovered new things about the area that the biologists in our group, or the ecologists, or the hydrographers and the oceanographers did not already know from our data sets. As we all know, there's incredible value in local knowledge, and there's often a struggle in translating it. There should be some sort of app to help us translate that. But this is really crucial, and I think the main takeaway I had from that in relation to how this ties into what we've already been discussing here is the adaptability that we need to have as scientists, the openness, the open-mindedness, also as decision makers to really come into an effective solution that is co-designed, has a level of ownership, and can be successfully adopted, hopefully. So, thank you very much.
So I will only use 1 minute, and I was planning on continue with questions, but I will close just saying that to our project to clean microplastics out of the ocean, it's important for us, for example, with Gary's project, to stop the microplastics to get there. So in Ocean Solutions, we are not competitors. We are all working towards the same direction. And I think that with that, I would ask about advice, but I will invite you to talk to them while we are downstairs so we can talk and collaborate for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you all, and see you the next one.
Wow. Amazing projects. Congratulations, everybody. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Tanya Lee Chen for announcing us the winners of our photo competition. Okay, so please come to the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Boa tarde a todos. My name is Tanya Lee Chen, and it's a pleasure to be here. So after a very full week of science, ideas, and collaborations, I'd like to take a slightly different turn and focus on the human and cultural side of our connection to the ocean. So I'm here today to present the second edition of the All Atlantic Photo Competition, organized within the OKEANO CSA project. Over the past 2 days, many of you have walked past and hopefully paused at the All Atlantic Photo Exhibition just outside this room. And you have seen beautiful images from across the Atlantic, but today I invite you to look at a few of them differently, not just as photographs, but as stories of culture and connection between people and the ocean. Due to time, I'll be announcing only the first place photographs from each of the 4 categories of the competition. At the end of each announcement, I'll have a short interactive session using Slido. So let's begin with the first category, Traditions Alive. And before revealing the winning photos, I'm showing here a few photos submitted under this category. And this is the winning photo submitted by Peter Buzumpra, who many of you may know already. Unfortunately, he had to leave earlier today for his flight. So many of you have seen this image already outside, but let's look a bit closer. And I have a question for you. Which is, what does the act of tasting seawater symbolize in this image? And I'll have a Slido question, which will come up soon. Very soon? Yes, here. So you have 3 options, and you can start voting. Okay, we have a few answers. Okay, so, the answer is, it is a ritual of purification and a pledge to protect the coast. So most of you have actually the correct answer. The title of this photo is Guardian of the Atlantic as a Futufiami purification ceremony. And now I will read a comment by a jury member. He says, "The water dripping from his hands stopped me cold. This is not a photograph of a ritual. This is the ritual. You made me feel the salt, the ancestral weight of that gesture, and why the Atlantic deserves to be protected." So congratulations, Peter. Oops. And now back to the presentation, please. So now we will continue to the next category, which is coastal communities and family ties. And again, I'll show you a quick look at some of the submissions that we have received. Here are the pictures, and the winning picture is this one, submitted by Felipe Salgado, a street photography enthusiast who captures everyday moment of people and place. And for this picture, I also have a question, a Slido question that will show up soon. The question is, in one or two words, what feeling or sense does this image convey to you? Yes. So cooperation together, family, community. Yes, cooperation's meaning. So this image, pushing off the sea, Felipe captures the strength of collective effort at the heart of coastal life. As one of the jury members described it, black and white was the right choice. The art Shavga needs no color. It has texture, solidarity, struggle, and the blinding light of the Atlantic. This image made me want to step into that water and push alongside them. So congratulations, Felipe. And now, moving to the next category. From daily life, we move into the realm of spirituality and expression. So we can go back to the presentation. The next category is artistic expressions, celebrating creativity inspired by Atlantic cultures. And again, I show you a few glimpses of some of the photos from this category. And the winning picture is one submitted by Rodrigo Campanario. Rodrigo is a documentary photographer focusing on traditional ancestral communities in Brazil. And in this picture, I have a question for you. What do you think is happening in this image? And we should see the Slido question soon. Oh, you were already seeing the answers. Okay, so the correct answer is a spiritual ritual expressed through dance and embodiment. In this image, Nana de Orisha, Rodrigo reveals how spirituality, nature, and identity are deeply intertwined. A jury mentioned that he stood in front of his image for a long time. The mangrove, the shells, the covered face, the yellow. This is what it looks like when the Atlantic speaks through a human body. Profound and deeply beautiful. Congratulations, Rodrigo. And finally, back to the presentation. And finally, we turn to food, tradition, and cultural heritage. The last competition category is Taste of the Atlantic, exploring culinary traditions shaped by the ocean. And again, I'm showing you a few photos that were shared in this category. And the winning picture is by Pedro Leger Pereira, an architect, sculptor, and visual artist who documents landscapes, traditions, and communities across Europe and the Atlantic. This one. So again, I have a question for you. Which will come up soon. What does this practice primarily represent? Okay, so actually all answers are correct, but this image primarily represents a seasonal method of preserving fish adapted to Arctic conditions. This image, titled Winter's Harvest by Pedro, he highlights how tradition and environmental knowledge are passed across generations. In the words of one of the juries, in the Arctic, fish dry like laundry in the winter air, centuries of knowledge hanging from a balcony in northern Norway. This is the ocean's gift to this community, preserved not in a museum, but in the way people still live. Congratulations, Pedro. And so before, this is it. But before closing, I would like to acknowledge the people who made this possible. My sincere appreciation to our jury members who dedicated their time and expertise to carefully evaluate all the submissions. A warm thank you as well to Roberto and his team for their support in hosting this competition as part of the All-Atlantic Forum. My gratitude also goes to the OKEANO coordination team for their continuous collaboration throughout this process. And finally, a special thank you to the Air Center and OKEANO communication team, whose ongoing support has been essential in bringing this initiative to life. I hope you enjoyed this short interactive moment. And if you haven't done so yet, I invite you to visit the exhibition and take a few postcards with you. We have postcards there. Thank you very much.
Well, that's time. So we have reached the end of the second day and the end of the forum. And with that, I really want to invite the Secretary of Strategic Policies and Program at Brazil Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation, Andrea Latej, please. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you all. It's a pleasure to be here. I believe that almost a good night to everyone. But I feel very fortunate to be here because I am following the progress and challenge of ocean science. And this is not my area. And I have to confess to you that my first experience working in the Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation was to go to the AAORIA Forum that was happening in Canada. And I was completely in love with this area. I have some not long story of love as the Martin Zimmer from SENAI has told us today, just some panel before. But it's a short-term love, and I am very happy to be in my third opportunity to be with you. I believe that I'm learning too much, and I'm telling you everything to you, because being a person who works in a Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation, I confess that it's very important to know what is going on. And it's very important that the people convince us that it's important to put money in that problem. And ocean science is not a problem. Ocean science is the solution for many and many things. You are talking in a world that has the problem of the climate change, that everyone can touch this problem, and the ocean is one of the responsible for that. So I believe that's not very difficult to convince the people, and even the young people, that you have a long work to do. The last panel was talking about the pollution and about so many different cases that you have to make effort to make the world better. So I am in love with the ocean science, and even without being in the ministry, when I went away and returned to my academy, I will put all my effort in going on working through the ocean science and everything that is going with this team. So being more formal, I have to say that it's a feeling of fulfillment that I turn to you at the closing section of this AAORIA Forum. Over the last 7 days, a great mobilization was put in place by different members of our community in order to make not only this forum a remarkable success, but also to deliver effective and innovative side events such as the summer school and the hackathon. There are so many messages that my friend tell me about the summer school. I have not time to make everything, but they are very exciting about the programs and they want to continue having this opportunity in the follow our own section. Together, this course of event engage representative of our alliance as well as students, ECOPs and other relevant stakeholders connect to our work and priorities. This hackathon deserves a brief highlight, as many of us have discussed just today. It builds on a message we have consistently heard from ECOPs, including during our discussion in Brussels last year. The need to move from consultation to real engagement. Brazil has been attentive to this call, and this initiative reflects an effort to create a concrete space for ECOPs to contribute, co-create and lead throughout the forum programs. They really have the opportunity to have 2 free panels. They decide what they want to take it to our forum to be presented in this edition. And this one was the second one that everyone was very happy to hear all of you. At the end of this hackathon, I could see the sparkle in the eye of those involved in the competition and the joy of being part of such an integrative and inspiring initiative. I hope we will be able to replicate these activities in the future editions of the forum. Also, since the beginning of Brazil's presidency, members of the AAORIA High-Level Board and the Steering Committee were able to engage in the fruitful discussion around the summary of outcomes from the High-Level Board, which is to be published as I speak to you. It outlines the focus set forth by AAORIA, such as the Ocean Climate Nexus or the promotion of ocean literacy and broadening engagement in ocean science and ocean sustainability. The summary of outcomes also highlighted the exploring of proposed new areas of engagement, including advancing Atlantic Ocean observations and modeling effort, as well as biodiversity initiatives from science to implementations to marine space and planning tool, among others. Plus, AAORIA accepted the Leibniz Center for Tropical Marine Research, the ZMT, as a supporter of the Alliance, recognizing a long-time collaboration, a long time of love the term, and thereby reinforcing AAORIA's commitment to cooperate with institutions that engage with the priorities of this Alliance. Speaking of engagement, I want to take this opportunity to reiterate the commitment of the Brazilian presidency of AAORIA in reinforcing the collaboration among the partners and supporters of the Alliance towards our common objectives and priorities. Most importantly, Brazil is willing to explore the inclusion of other Atlantic Ocean countries in AAORIA, in particular from Latin America and the African continent, as a means for fulfill, continue to integrate the perspective of the Global South into the Alliance consideration. It is important to highlight that, as widely discussed through this forum, Brazil's presidency of AAORIA will make every effort to strengthen connection between the Alliance activities and the objectives of the UN Ocean Decade, particularly in view of the Ocean Decade Conference to be held in April 2027 this year, from which I invite you all to attempt, support, and contribute. It will be a great pleasure to welcome you all in Rio de Janeiro. Not only to come to Rio de Janeiro, but work towards the exit and the success of such conference. In this context, Leandro Pedron, who is here just before me, our director of MCTI in the ministry, will remain fully available as the local point for this process, leading the coordination of the conference and support the alignment of effort across our community. As we move forward, we're counting on his continued engagement to ensure the AAORIA's contribution are meaningfully reflecting this global milestone. I would also like This is the moment to make all the acknowledgement. I would also like to acknowledge that while leadership roles may evolve over time, it is the strength, continuity, and dedication of our technical teams that is truly sustain this agenda. It is thanks to this commitment group of professionals that the work of Brazil within AAORIA will continue to advance with consistency, quality, and long-term vision. In this sense, I would like to thank SENAI CIMATEC for offering us to host the AAORIA Forum in these wonderful facilities. Also, I want to thank the Brazilian Council of Scientific and Technology Development, the CNPq, for their precious support throughout the organization of the forum. Along the same vein, I want to thank the amazing team of the Island Marine Institute and the OKEANO project for their strong support and partnership in this preparation of the forum. Finally, I want to thank and express my gratitude to the hard work of the ministerial organization team from the General Coordination for Ocean Science and Antarctica, namely Andrea Cruz, she's here, Leandro Viegas, Cláudia Magalhães, and Maria Cristina Braga, who have been closely following the event since its inception. And in particular, I wish to express my big gratitude to the hard work, commitment, and detailed organization and conduction of this forum to my fellow colleagues, Roberto de Pinho, who is here. Thank you very much. Bom, Roberto de Pinho was the person, I want to thank him for his engagement, seriousness, and resilience. Pinho was the one who really idealized the AAORIA Forum here in Salvador and make sure that all of us from Brazil and from the various origins present here today had a suite of productive events. He convinced us that Salvador would be a good idea, and I believe it was really a good idea. Thank you very much, Pinho. This forum ends today, but our work as AAORIA chair has just started, and much can be done throughout the coming months. Next year's forum will be held in the United Kingdom, with whom we will work closely to make sure that they too are able to have a smooth organization when the AAORIA president transitions to them at the end of this year. With that, I wish to thank you all again for your engagement, hard work, and commitment. For those who will go back home already, like me, I'm going direct to the airport, I wish you safe travels. And for those who will stay a little long, enjoy the best of Salvador, the caipirinha, the beach, the party, Salvador, and of Brazil. Have a good day, and thank you very much for being here and for all your effort. Thank you, Barbara. Pinho was invited me to ask everyone to go in the front of here to take a photo.
Let's organize the tallest up here, the smallest up in the stage. The tallest on the floor and the small ones in the stage. Okay? So the organization is the tallest in the floor and the short ones here in the stage. All right. Okay. Dollars here, the small ones up here. Ministério pode. Meu Deus, meu coração chega. Who's going to take a picture? Close together, everybody. Close, come closer. 5, 4, 3. Okay, so smile. Another one?
Come on.
It's all good already? Okay, say caipirinha. Dendê. Acarajé. Axé. AAORIA. Woohoo! See you all in Rio de Janeiro.
Aí, essa aqui é? Aí, essa aí, ó. Faz um vídeo aí para o DJ passando várias. Aí.
del partigiano, dai quella storia del partigiano, morto per del partigiano.